Folks, we are so close to the NFL season. I can taste it. A week from now, whatever you thought was going to happen is already immediately erased. I'll be joined by one Mr. Jake Tribbey from Fantasy Points, Dwain McFarland from Fantasy Life today. Let's just enjoy ourselves. It's Short King Summer, dude. It just feels like no one in fantasy sports ever learns anything. Does he mistime it, or is Brock Bowers just a grown man? Brock Bowers is just a grown man. Dare I say, Rich, football might be back. In the words of Lane Johnson, this offense looks constipated. It's Short King Summer. Mr. Jake Tribbey, GM. Not the first time that you've been on the channel, but the first time that we have done a Ball Mania draft together. We are drafting out of the 7 hole. How's your offseason treating you, man? Are you having a good time?
Yeah, it's been great. I know a lot of people have been out there grinding thousands of best ball drafts. I haven't quite done that many. I've gotten outside a little bit.
Don't be jealous of these people. These are not serious people, Jake, including myself. I'm very much not a serious person.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. But it's been nice to get a little bit of time outdoors before I actually do spend all of my time at the computer once these football games come around.
You a golfer? What's your primary outdoor activity?
I am not a golfer. I've been doing, for the first time in a while, I've actually been doing a ton of running, a lot of hiking too. I currently live in Augusta, Georgia. In about a year, I'll live in Salt Lake City, Utah. So I should have a lot more fun, outdoor activities to do. Yeah, for right now, I'm mostly hiking, mostly.
You live in Augusta, Georgia?
I do.
I do not think that I knew that. Augusta, Georgia, and not a golfer from Augusta, not a golfer.
No. Yeah. See, everyone brings that up. And, it's just, outside of Augusta National, I don't know if there are a ton of great courses around here, but I'm also not a golfer. So
there is one. So there is one that's really nice.
Okay.
That I believe is I believe it is owned by Augusta National, but it's like a course that you actually can play in your lifetime. This is Easy Jefferson, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. So there's good golf. There's actually, I know, Grant Horvat played. They did a YouTube video at I don't know. It's called Augusta blank something.
Okay.
But it's owned by the same property. But Jake, my advice to you and to everyone listening to this program who is a man or a woman, frankly, I don't think there's a ton of women who watch this program, but if you do, as you enter into your 30s, and you're younger than me, you are what, 27, right? Yeah. So as you enter into your 30s, my advice to you would be to pick up golfing for several reasons. First being, as you age, it's a great way to just keep your body active. That just not going to cause you to be in pain the next day. It's also a great way to get away from your cell phone for 4 hours in a way that you're not going to do for anything else. And it's also, I'm assuming you have buddies from high school and college and stuff who play. Unbelievable thing to do with your friends who you haven't seen for a while. Wow. Bowers, AJ Brown, Chase Brown, Bucky Irving. Take your pick.
Let's go Bowers here.
I'm never, ever saying no to Brock Bowers.
Have you,
in my life.
What do you think about those Jakobi Meyers sort of trade rumors?
Gotta be
discussion.
Gotta be no chance he actually gets traded, right? Sub 20%.
That's really what I'm thinking as well. It seems pretty unlikely. And I understand if, Las Vegas is being a bit, stingy about an extension, wanting to get out of there. But I also got to think, this is going to be one of the best places for Meyers to just put up numbers, even if he ends up as a, free agent in a year.
100%.
Yeah. I feel like he'll end up getting paid more by playing for a team that, could lead to a, say, 80, 90 reception season for him. Than, getting
if he goes to New England on this deal that he's on right now, he's going to have 47 receptions. It'll be awful because he is not going to be a better target earner than Diggs. And my guess would be is that he also probably wouldn't be significantly better targets per route run than Demario Douglas. Kind of like a Wandale situation where everyone acknowledges that this slot player is getting all this volume is not nearly as good as the other players on the offense, but it's more about a symptom of the offense not functioning, as good as it could possibly be. I don't know. It's like it makes sense for no parties, because I think you hire what is Pete Carroll, 73? You hire a 73-year-old head coach that just not entering into a rebuild, brother. You trade for Geno Smith, you're not entering into a rebuild. Makes no sense to trade away your best wide receiver. And I've seen this idea of, oh, well, they signed Amari Cooper, so that makes it easier for them to trade him. I feel like the Amari Cooper thing is more like about Jack Bash, actually.
Yeah. I don't put a ton of stock into that Cooper signing. Can we go Kyren here?
We sure can.
I've been drafting a lot on DK. Have not taken a ton of Kyren. I feel like on underdog, he's a pretty strong bet though. Matthew Stafford, well known for never checking down.
Look, man, the slappies absolutely do not want to admit it. They don't, including me. Kyren Williams is just a good pick in fantasy football, man. Just like he just straight up is just. You don't have to. Kyren Williams is probably going to score 9 to 15 touchdowns. The lower end makes him a bad pick. The higher end makes him a very good pick. He will catch between 40 and 55 passes. 40, a little bit worse than 50. But assuming the Rams kind of win 9 to 11 games, Marquez Hunter, Blake Corum. I mean, come on, man. It's just we've seen this play out. How many times with Shanahan running backs have we seen this exact scenario play out? No one likes the starter. Everyone thinks the starter stinks, but the starter just keeps playing.
Yeah, I just wrote a pair of articles on production consistency and usage consistency, and the one commonality that all of the top 5 most consistent producers had was that, one, they were running backs, but 2, they all ranked in the top 10 by expected fantasy points per game inside the 10-yard line. Kyren Williams is just a great example of that sort of elite red zone usage.
100%. All right, we're up. Worthy, Pickens, J-Mo, McLaurin, Brees.
Let's go Pickens here. I've been trying to grab more Dallas guys. For whatever reason, it hasn't quite played out in my exposures, but I do think this is going to be a fantastic passing offense to target this year. And I know that's a fairly common take. Do you have anything to add on Dallas or what you think there?
So my take would be that a lot of the times when the consensus becomes the best way for an offense to function is via just an insane amount of pass attempts, it just leaves them really fragile in season. To obviously, like a CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens injury would just be really, really bad. And it would be bad for the other guy. It would be bad for Lamb were Pickens to go out, I think. And I think it would be like the efficiency decrease would be somewhat buoyed by overall volume. Like in a game that Pickens doesn't play, I think you could see Lamb projected for like a 35% target share or something like that. In a totally realistic way. The other thing is it also leaves the team very thin to offensive line injuries. Offensive line injuries for a team with like a 65% drop back rate is just going to be like so bad. And that's just something you can't really plan for. I'm hoping actually that all of us fantasy nerds are kind of wrong and that they're going to run a little bit more than we think with Jaden Blue. Because I think we all know a Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders run game is not going to be a good run game. We saw each of those guys play running back last year. They were both quite bad. I guess Miles Sanders had a good week 18 game, so shout out to him for that. But I got no issue with Pickens there. I would have taken Worthy of my own volition, but George Pickens is an awesome pick there.
Yeah, Worthy is a guy that our best ball ranks are way ahead on. And I mean, it makes a ton of sense. Ambiguous Rashee Rice situation, Travis Kelce moving on to the next phase of his life as a billionaire, and Marquise Brown perpetually injured. So
yeah, dude, shout out to frickin' Travis Kelce, man, a literal billionaire.
Yeah, that is. I think one of the funniest tweets that I saw was someone going at Taylor Swift, please make him sign a prenup.
I was actually talking about that. I don't remember who I was talking about this with. Of like, Travis Kelce's made $111 million in his career contract earnings. So, whatever else from the podcast and endorsements, that's like Taylor Swift laughs at that, bro. That's a slow year. 5th round DJ Moore. I don't think I can pass on this.
Yeah, totally good with that. I'd be looking at him, Zay, Harvey, all fine.
What's your move? What's just your general opinion on the 2025 Bears? Are you scared?
Oh, man.
Are you pro? I know our boy Scott who came on the show yesterday, is like he has all the reverse dank stats on Caleb Williams.
Yeah, that's sort of the problem. So the two teams that I'm just the most excited to see this year are Jacksonville and Chicago. Those are two fantastic head coaches, two fantastic offensive coordinators. Obviously, Jacksonville has the Travis Hunter X factor. On the Chicago side, I'm from the Chicago area. I actually grew up a Bears fan, and I'm like very overall optimistic. But whenever you look at, like you said, these Caleb Williams stats are very bad, like concerningly bad. I projected
they're pretty bad.
Yeah, I actually just projected the week 1 Chicago Minnesota game for fantasy points. And I mean, I was shocked at how inefficient Caleb Williams was last year. Even by like aimed throw rate, a really bad QB will generally be in maybe the 90 to 92% range. And it depends, but Caleb Williams is at 88%. I mean, he's throwing the ball away a ton. He's super inaccurate when he is targeting wide receivers. Lowest accurate catch rate in the league. One of the lowest catchable target rates in the league. It's concerning. Let's go Pacheco here.
Pacheco over Pollard. I have them literally ranked back to back. So I'm cool with
I like Pacheco. I've been taking a little bit more Pollard over on DK, but still, I mean, I really like both guys.
I like both. I mean, I think they're probably two of the best fantasy football values at running back on the board right now, because they, to me, are really not all that different than Chuba Hubbard. Honestly, not even that different from Treveyon Henderson. What is the difference in projection? Look, I mean, I think Treveyon Henderson is a lot better than Isaiah Pacheco, and it's probably going to have more of a receiving role. But, Pacheco could score 11 touchdowns. Honestly, Isaiah Pacheco could just like be Kyren Williams. Pretty easily.
And I think there's a much higher chance that Pacheco ends up as a more efficient player, at least this season, than Kyren Williams. I know last year, obviously, he looked pretty terrible, but I do think
he was like dead, dude.
Oh yeah. But I do think this year there's a pretty strong chance of that efficiency regressing a bit. I mean, he was, when he was healthy, was a great player.
He was. Great might be overstating. He was pretty good. He was a pretty good rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs. I was stunned that Elijah Mitchell made the roster. I thought he was gone. I thought that was like 100% done and dusted. Like he's already ready to go to the Houston Roughnecks. That's what. So I don't know what's going on there. Like I've been thinking about this all morning, and I can't really come up with a reason why he's still on the roster. But for whatever reason, he is.
Yeah, maybe there's a special teams angle there that I'm not quite.
Well, they kept 8 wide receivers too.
Well, yeah, that's that definitely makes it
that's crazy, dude. That's it's crazy.
I'm pretty much always going Juwan or Addison here.
Let's do Addison. Let's do Addison. Let's set up the Vikings thing. I like that.
I do too. Are you ahead of market on McCarthy?
I wonder actually, because I didn't update my rankings in like the last 2 days. Well, that's not true. I didn't do a full refresh. I just moved individual guys. I've got McCarthy at 124. His ADP is 125. So
there you go. McCarthy's one of my most drafted quarterbacks. This is
he's one of my most drafted quarterbacks too, but it's because I draft so much Jefferson.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, overall, I'm just bullish on pretty much whoever plays quarterback for the Vikings. In the last 3 seasons, they've ranked top 5 in pass rate, top 6 in pass rate inside the red zone. Nick Mullins was putting up 300-yard games with this team. It's just a fantastic passing offense. And I also think there's a pretty good chance. I mean, McCarthy might just end up being, an average NFL quarterback, but he was Brett Whitefield, who does our draft guide, as our lead charter. He was his number 1 quarterback coming out of the draft, ahead of Caleb Williams, which I think is, at least right now, we haven't seen McCarthy, but that's certainly looking like a pretty decent take given how Caleb Williams has played to this point. So I definitely like me some JJ McCarthy.
Yeah. I was not, I remember actually hating your boy. Look, do you want to have some fun? You want to take Jacory Croskey-Merritt?
We can. Let's do
it. We can argue about this afterward. I remember really disagreeing with his name's Brett Whitefield,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I remember really disagreeing with the take at the time because I was a big Caleb Williams guy. But I think it was wrong to have him as the quarterback one in the class. But I do think he was getting at something very directionally accurate, which is JJ McCarthy is the type of guy who can really succeed in this version of the NFL where deep passing is not nearly as important. Because I do have like some actually real concerns about his arm strength. Like I don't think we are ever really going to see McCarthy be like a 5% big time throw rate quarterback or anything like that in the NFL.
Yeah.
What do you guys call that metric at fantasy points? Big time throw.
Hero throws.
Hero throws. There you go. So the hero throws. But I do think, you know what? And this is going to sound like I'm damning him with faint praise, but I really mean this as a compliment. I think he can be a really Purdy-esque style quarterback and a really similar offense. And like, that's a winning freaking quarterback in the NFL right now. Like you get yourself a Brock Purdy, you can easily win a Super Bowl. Easily.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that I think Brett hit on really well with his Caleb Williams not being QB1 take is that Caleb Williams can't play in structure. Like he really hasn't shown it at all. He really struggles to just go, okay, first read's not there. I'm going to throw to my second read and, not dance around the pocket for 10 seconds and then end up getting sacked or throwing the ball away or scrambling for, a 1-yard gain. And it's always interesting when we see these guys who are just incredible college athletes and can outrun everybody move to the NFL, and all of a sudden they have to adjust kind of everything about their play style.
Man, I don't really know what to do here. I guess we just take Caleb for the stack. We missed out on Dak.
Yeah, let's go Caleb. We can load up on these NFC North quarterbacks. Grab a McCarthy share later.
That sucked.
I like
where
that.
did Dak go? Yeah, Dak literally went the pick before. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's as we're literally shitting on Caleb Williams, which is remain higher on Caleb Williams than the market because I think a ton of Caleb Williams' issues, I think you can blame on poor coaching. Poor coaching or just a total lack of coaching and of the coaching staff just saying, hey, go do your thing. And it's like Caleb Williams also, he has the you get this a lot more with basketball players than you do with football players, but like Caleb Williams has been the greatest player to step foot on a football field every time he's played football since he was 10.
Yeah.
And I mean, you saw it a little bit at USC that when he started to get punched in the face a little bit, he kind of melted. And obviously we saw some real melts with the Bears last year. But if you have good, strong guidance and coaching, you can work through that. And he absolutely did not have that. Damn, Burden went. That sucks. Burden would have been a nice addition here. We're up in 2 picks. Scattaboo would be a nice option. We could just take McCarthy and get it out of the way right here at pick 114. He probably comes back to us because we have both of them, but it'd be really annoying to miss him.
I'd rather wait. I'm looking at either Mooney or Scattaboo here.
No, Scattaboo just went.
Okay. Let's go.
We can do Mooney.
Yeah, let's go with Mooney. I think this Atlanta offense is going to be fantastic for fantasy, and I also think Darnell Mooney is really, really good. I mean, I know everyone wants to cite the Drake London stats in the Michael Penix starts, but Darnell Mooney is still, like I said, a really, really good player, and I expect him to do really well in this offense.
I'm not going to lie to you. I think Darnell Mooney kind of is like the most average guy ever, but
really,
I think that could really be painted by watching him play a ton with the Chicago Bears in a really bad offense. And also, like, the style of guy Mooney is, like a small school, like kind of like, I'm not even applying this logic unilaterally because I love Rashid Shaheed, and Rashid Shaheed and Darnell Mooney are just like Spider-Man pointing memes of each other. So I think I'm probably just being unfair. And I think I probably need to reevaluate my stance. And I'm happy to take Darnell Mooney with my friend Jake. Are you an anti-Bill guy? Are you a pro-Bill guy? Are you an ambivalent Bill Croskey-Merritt guy?
Yeah, I would say that I feel probably more ambivalent. I think Chris Rodriguez is the best value in the backfield. I also
Sure.
think the base case here is probably a pretty gross split. You know, the team or beat writers have said that the team wants to keep Austin Eckler's touches roughly the same. That leaves about
Yeah, he's
55%.
30, dude.
No, yeah, I mean, I totally get that. But, you know, if you assume that happens, that leaves about 55% of backfield usage in a backfield that averaged 23 fantasy points per game last year and added Deebo Samuel. So, you know, I could totally see a path where Bill ends up being this fantastic pick, but I think there are a lot of outcomes here where he just ends up being very, very mediocre. And, you know, a guy like Zach Charbonnet, who went the pick before, I think has a much clearer upside case than someone like Bill.
Yes, but okay. Well, let's pick real quick. Damn, dude. McCarthy for no freaking that's so tilting. Tootin, I think.
Yeah.
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 God, that sucks. Why did this guy take Shade just for no reason, just for the vibes? So obviously the huge difference between Sharps and Bill is that Bill doesn't need an injury. An injury would help Bill, but Bill doesn't need an injury to hit his ceiling. He can just hit it because he's good.
Yeah.
And I mean, what do I know about talent evaluation? I think he's probably pretty good. I don't know. Sharps, I mean, look, we all like Sharps, but like Sharps is not going to send Kenneth Walker to the Shadow Realm without an injury. Or I would be really, really stunned if that does happen.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. Walker is the clear better player, but Walker has also dealt with foot and ankle issues his entire pro career.
True.
So, you know, I get that Eckler's obviously an old guy, but, you know, there's still a world where maybe Eckler goes down and Deebo's stealing 4 to 6 carries a game, C-Rod's stealing another 10 carries a game. You know, like it could still be really gross even without Eckler. But obviously, you know, if Bill ends up being really good, then that's just going to be a smash pick.
You know what I just realized is I think that this is good for McCarthy. Thielen getting traded to the Vikings is good for McCarthy. Keeps him from having to throw to Lucky Jackson or Tristan Webster or whatever.
Yeah, that's
could do Pitts
a little
instead of double Penix here.
Yeah, let's do
Jaden
that.
Blue.
It's a little gross, but you know the price on Pitts I think is fine at this point. I'm not in love with it. I haven't taken much, but it's fine. And Davis, I don't know if you knew this. He's only 24, so
younger than RJ Harvey, I believe.
There you go.
Yeah, Isaac Tesla, by the way, 126 here. I would not be taking Isaac Tesla 126. I have been taking him though. I have been.
Where would you feel comfortable with him?
I mean, you know, I think in this in the 160s, it's like Isaac Tesla is probably going to have 42 receptions in a good year. Like that would be like him nutting out, but it would also be like if he does get 42 receptions, he does probably have 2 like really good spike week games. You know, is kind of what I'm. You know, is Isaac Tesla any good? He wasn't any good in college, so, but stuff like that does well. Okay, unfair. He was not very good at Arkansas. He was very good at Division II Hillsdale, for whatever that means. Tesla was a really good pick on DraftKings for a while because you could literally get him in round 20. Like a round 20 guy with a pulse is really nice there. But that's over now.
There are actually a decent number of okay wide receiver picks in round 20 on DraftKings.
A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah, A.D. Mitchell is a good one. I've actually been taking a decent amount of Kevontae Turpin. There are Tutu Atwell, I think, is fine if you assume Stafford.
Turpin is a pretty fun one. Atwell is a pretty fun one. I take some Jalen Royals in round 20. Yeah. It's not that bad. All right, we're up in 2 picks. I think we just take Penix. Well, or do you like Mooney and Pitts with Penix or Gino with Bowers? I kind of never know like structurally what's more important.
I would prefer Penix there.
Okay.
I think
happy
both
to
are
do that.
fine. I don't know that I have a super strong opinion, but I would give a slight lean to Penix.
Yeah. I'm totally cool with that. All right, so we now have Caleb Williams, Michael Penix Jr., Kyron Williams, Isaiah Pacheco, Jacory Croskey-Merritt, Byshell Tootin, Justin Jefferson, George Pickens, DJ Moore, Jordan Addison, Darnell Mooney, Brock Bowers, and Kyle Pitts. Pretty good. This actually came together. I mean, I'd like it a lot better with JJ McCarthy. I'm thinking this will be a three quarterback team, probably. Tell you who I'm loving as a 3 quarterback right now, Jake. Jackson Dart. I've totally sold myself on Dart.
Yeah, I've actually been taking Dart all summer. I figured there was a very good chance they'd at least want to look at him, especially later in the year when it would really matter. I don't really care if it's Wilson or Jameis week 1. That doesn't matter as much to me. I feel like Dart's really got the best chance, probably by far, to start in maybe week 10 on.
Could be a little bit earlier. The Giants just have that really gnarly schedule to start the year. Russell Wilson is not very good. I'd have more concerns. Like Russell Wilson losing his mobility was just a tough scene. Just for a guy who plays like that to turn into a statue. Very tough to overcome. All right, we're up in 2 picks. Feels like a wide receiver is probably best. Troy Horton, here's a who. Pat Bryant. I don't know.
My favorite would be Cedric Tillman. The Browns are
another guy I'm very ambivalent about. Yeah, all these running backs are the same. Or actually, do we take Geno? Well, no, let's save it. Let's do Dart. So we're gonna take Cedric Tillman. Sell me on Cedric Tillman. Aren't you worried about Harold Fannin?
I am not worried about the backup tight end. I know everyone's very excited about
boo this man.
I know everyone's very excited about his preseason touchdown. Caden Davis was also getting reps with Joe Flacco during that preseason game.
Larvidavian.
Yeah, it was. That was not really the starters, so I don't know that you can be too excited about Fannin after that. Really, it's just the Browns are going to throw a ton. They're going to run a ton of plays, and they're always going to be playing from behind. Njoku, Judy, and Cedric Tillman are all fantastic values. And I think people are a little bit scarred because DTR and Deshaun Watson combined for 4.8 yards per attempt, which is the second worst mark of any quarterback since JFK was assassinated. That's not going to happen again. Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and Joe Flacco are going to be better than that. It's not possible for them to be worse. So that's the Cedric Tillman.
Shedeur and Gabriel could be worse.
Shedeur could be. I don't think Gabriel will be. Again, Davis, second worst mark since JFK was assassinated. You have to be really bad.
I'm pretty familiar with Dylan Gabriel's work. He started at quarterback for the University of Oklahoma. I've seen some things.
I actually have 2. I've been to a couple of Dylan Gabriel's starts. He's faced off against the University of Cincinnati a couple times and wasn't particularly impressive. But UCF. I mean, if we get 17 games of Joe Flacco, that's like all of these guys smash. Flacco, the last time he was with the Browns, averaged over 300 yards per game. Joe Burrow last year was at 290 yards per game.
Slayton?
Yeah. Let's go Slayton. Set up the dart stack well.
Man, Scott was trying to sell me on Rico Dowdle yesterday, and he did a little bit.
I'm sorry. I was like, I
don't know, man. He's also Rico Dowdle. So at the end of the day, what am I missing on? I think I'm a little Trevor Etienne pilled. You've also made the people really upset with the Harold Fannin Jr. slander, but I'm gonna let it go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never gonna go crazy for a backup tight end that has no clear path.
He's not a backup tight end. He's their starting slot wide receiver.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about 12 personnel. Okay, well now that I know that exists, Harold Fannin should be going in probably the second round.
Let's be conservative. The 13th.
Yeah.
Feels 13th feels fair.
1-2 turn, yeah.
Yeah, 1-2 turn. Rico Dowdle. It's like I don't know, man. What's the point? I did take him though. I did take him I did a couple drafts this morning, and I took him a couple times.
I mean, Canales just wants a bell cow. I've been drafting way more Chuba. I don't think there's a great path to a split backfield. I understand the argument that like maybe Dowdle could be better. Like Chuba's not some fantastic player.
Chuba's just bad at catching
Yeah,
passes.
yeah. So I get that, but it's not like Rico Dowdle is anything particularly exciting. Yeah, Giddens is probably
well, actually,
my favorite here.
These running backs are all the same, so let's just take Dart, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, I think that's the move.
This running back queue is it's pretty disgusting out here. There are a couple secret picks, but you don't want to say them too early. All right, we've got Caleb, Penix, and Dart, Kyron, Pacheco, Bill Croskey-Merritt, Byshell Tootin, Justin Jefferson, George Pickens, DJ Moore, Jordan Addison, Darnell Mooney, Cedric Tillman, Darius Slayton, Brock Bowers, Kyle Pitts. I like the 3 quarterback move when you have the 2 teammates stacked without the quarterback, just to give us multiple opportunities to beat JJ McCarthy's score at quarterback when we got sniped like that. It's a classic move out here.
Yeah, I love that too. And I mean, I've been drifting a lot more to 3 quarterback builds this year, maybe just because I have PTSD from a handful of playoff teams that I had in previous seasons that had 2 quarterbacks, and then all of a sudden they are both somehow injured, and I'm taking a 0 at quarterback and finishing 11th in my pod.
Oh, I've been assassinated. Brashard Smith goes. All right, man. Running back. Let me sort it by ADP. Any of these young men are yours?
Give us C-Rod. Let's go C-Rod and capitalize on the entire Washington backfield.
I actually think
Samuel doesn't eat into us too bad.
I actually think that's a great move to do Bill and C-Rod together, because you're leveraging against Eckler, a 31-year-old running back. You are leveraging against Debo, a fat 29-year-old recovering from pneumococcal pneumonia. You are maybe you're even ping-ponging weeks. Maybe JCM is a starter and he gets injured in week 10 and C-Rod score. I think it's fine. I don't think Chris Rodriguez is very good at this. As a player who's been released by this team 6 times and then re-signed. So I don't think Chris Rodriguez is like a jam. And I think some weeks he might be inactive, and Jeremy McWeapon will be active. But I think it's fine.
Yeah. No, I like it. It's C-Rod. You obviously can't make the same upside case that you can with Bill, but hey, we already have Bill, so we got that locked down.
You can't. Okay. Who do you want for our final pick, brother?
What do we need here? Probably a wide receiver.
It could really go either way.
We're pretty flexible. Wide receivers here are always better. Can we go AD Mitchell?
Of course.
I love Kevontae Turpin, but AD Mitchell has, I think, easily the best upside case of sort of anyone in this range. In just that, like, if any of these Colts wide receivers get hurt, he's going to fill in for a full-time route share. There aren't many, especially round 18 guys, that you can say that about.
Might not even need an injury. Might just play better.
Yeah, that's also possible. I obviously think he's very good. I mean, and all of our fantasy points metrics, he really pops, but I think he probably needs an injury to get you there.
I mean, he was working his way in a little bit. Oh, the location error is back. Just the absolute. Do you ever get this?
What do you do? So I haven't done many underdog drafts this offseason, but I have struggled with this in the past. What do you do to fix the location error? Because I remember it coming up all the time for BRs.
This is what you have to do.
Log out.
So what it is you can't refresh the actual tab. You have to refresh. You have to type it in again. I don't know why it works, but there you go. It's okay. It's very simple.
Huh.
All right, Jake, this was the team. Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, Jackson Dart, Kyron Williams, Isaiah Pacheco, Jacory Croskey-Merritt, Byshell Tootin, Chris Rodriguez, Justin Jefferson, George Pickens, DJ Moore, Jordan Addison, Darnell Mooney, Cedric Tillman, Darius Slayton, AD Mitchell, Brock Bowers, and Kyle Pitts. Give me your thoughts. Did we win? Did we lose?
Oh yeah, that's I think that's a great draft. I like that a lot. I also like that because I feel like it's a bit different than some of the teams that I've normally been building, especially over on DK. So I love I love a little bit of diversification in a game that has unlimited variance.
You know what? What a great way to phrase it. Do you have time to do another one?
Yeah. I'm good for one more. Those 20-second pick clocks are really nice for draft.
Isn't it just unbelievable, man?
Yeah,
isn't it? It's crazy how much of a quality of life improvement that is.
I deserve to get crucified for this because a couple of my league mates were complaining. You know, I'm the commissioner of my college league. It's one of the only leagues that I play in. We did our draft on Monday, and Davis, I made a terrible mistake. I set the pick clock to 2 minutes.
No, dude.
That was quite bad. When we do in-person drafts, I think 90 seconds to 2 minutes is okay because we can just sort of verbally harass each other.
Sure.
But we were doing it via Discord, and it just didn't have the same kick. We couldn't quite peer pressure people into picking quite as fast.
No, dude, that is, I remember we're picking at 10 in this one, by the way.
Okay.
I remember having that experience one year our commissioner did that on accident, and it was just like it was interminable. We were there all night.
Someone in chat said it took them about 2 hours. That was about how long our draft took. Someone took I believe 1 minute and 45 seconds to draft a defense, which made me want to jump out a window.
Send him to jail. Send him to jail, man.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. Davis, I have to acknowledge this question in the chat about my Bearcats beating Nebraska tomorrow. No, our coaches are really bad. Our players are good, but I hate our coaches. Let's go Puka here.
Cool with me.
Yeah, him or BTJ are generally who I'm taking in this range. But yeah, we have fantastic players. I think we'll have 5 or 6 guys get drafted from this team.
Who's
Scott Satterfield is a terrorist. I hate him.
Who's the quarterback?
Brandon Sorsby, who's one of the better quarterbacks that we've had.
He was the quarterback last year, yeah?
Yeah, he was. He's been solid. Our game management is terrible. And we also, like, every 3rd and 7 is a QB draw no matter what, and that gets old pretty fast.
Who's the Corey Kiner replacement?
Ooh, I don't know. I think we're gonna have a split backfield this year. I haven't looked at running back a ton. I feel like most of our 2 studs on offense are gonna be Sorsby and Joe Royer, I think is gonna end up being a pretty decent NFL prospect. Sorsby will probably be like a 4th or 5th round pick, and we'll see on him. But,
Genty, A-Chain, London.
Give me Genty here. I think
tell him.
I think A-Chan's just a way better pick on DraftKings, where you're going to get all those design targets, and he's going much later on DraftKings. I've seen A-Chan fall as late as pick 24 over on DK, and I think a big part of that is because DK will list the Q tags.
100%,
which really freaks people out. But
yes, the Q tag. I mean, dude, the out tag. You get that Brandon Ayuk or Godwin with the out tag. I mean, dude, just absolutely send those dudes to prison.
Yeah.
Do you have any concerns about Genty at all? I have none. My concern meter on Ashton Genty is legitimately 0.
I honestly didn't really realize there were people with concerns. What are we worried about with Genty? Can you make like a bear case for him? He was the 6th overall pick. He's really good at football. He's playing in an offense that's probably going to be pretty run heavy.
Bear case is he's being drafted ahead of Derrick Henry. Not in this draft, but in some drafts. And he's, Derrick Henry is like a Hall of Fame. I don't know if he'll make the Hall of Fame, but he's a Hall of Fame caliber player.
I think Henry will make the Hall of Fame.
Geno might not be good enough to sustain a top 10 offense, which is generally what is required for a legendary season for running backs. Chip Kelly might just be a dick. Just can never really underestimate or overestimate how much of a dick Chip Kelly can be. Like, Chip Kelly might just be like, all right, dude, Michael Mayer scoring a rushing touchdown here for no reason. I don't believe in any of these. I'm just stating them. He played in the Mountain West against a bunch of plumbers. the Michael Jordan argument, Michael Jordan versus LeBron argument. You could do that one. Again, I don't believe any of these things, but or the Raiders could just be just a mess on offense the way the 2013 49ers were. Again, I would encourage people to go back and look at the roster of that 2013 49ers. Jeremy Curley was the leading wide receiver on that team. That's all I got for you, really.
Yeah, I don't really find any of that particularly compelling. Give me the good player who was drafted 6 overall. That always feels pretty good.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right. We're up. Evans, Wilson, Kittle, Adams, Tet, McLaurin, Worthy, Pickens.
Let's go Kittle here. Man, Tet's, so I haven't done many underdog drafts, but Tet's going notably later, almost a round later on DraftKings, closer to pick 45. Are you doing many drafts over there? Because I think it's certainly interesting that you can arbitrage a lot of these guys depending on the site, because there are some huge discrepancies.
Yeah, I'm maxing the DraftKings Best Ball Millionaire Maker contest. I'm not doing any of the side contests over there just because there's I don't have access to the limitless pill, in which I can just stay awake all the time. But yeah, I'll be maxing that contest. I mean, I think everyone kind of knows this, but it's just a much more casual audience over there. So risers don't rise enough. You've got Nick Chubb is going in the 1 freaking 10s over there. Travis Kelce's like a top 60 pick. Although I guess maybe Kelce is a little bit better in full PPR or whatever. Probably not though.
Yeah.
It is crazy to draft over there. There you go. Ted McMillan, 35.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the Wild West. All right.
Adams? Well, no, I actually don't like that double up. Wilson or Pickens? I'd do Pickens again.
Let's go Wilson. I've been taking a decent bit of Justin Fields. I don't necessarily love it because he is Justin Fields, but the rushing upside there is fantastic. And I think Justin Fields is still good enough to pull one wide receiver along with him. I obviously have no interest in really any other Jet. Breece Hall is okay. But just give me the Wilson Field stack. I like that a decent bit.
Even in Superflex, I don't think I would do Burrow for Dart, Caleb Johnson, and 2 firsts. In Superflex, would you do that? Which side of that do you like? I'm thinking no.
Yeah, I'm thinking no for 1 first. That would be much more tempting. I don't play much Dynasty.
Oh, really?
But it does
honestly, I would have pegged you. I would have pegged you as a Dynasty, bro.
I'm not. I've thought about maybe dipping my toes into Dynasty. I know like a lot of my colleagues, Ryan Heath, Scott Barrett, Thomas Tipple in particular, are like big time Dynasty guys. So whenever I have a Dynasty thought or a Dynasty question, I love talking to them about it, but I really don't play much Dynasty. The one thing that I have noticed in Dynasty is it seems like people, like there are a group of Dynasty players out there who treat their first round picks like they just do not care about them at all. And it seems like those first round picks actually matter quite a bit. Do you have any take there, Davis?
I mean, in general, people are actually probably, it's funny because I kind of think they're a little bit too precious.
Okay.
First round picks. They're too precious with them based on what they're trying to accomplish. Like if you have a clear, really, really good team, use that first round pick for good. Like on a Fantasy Points podcast last week, Matthew Berry was ranting about my dynasty management skills. I'm horrible to trade with. Everything Matthew said was 100% true. Do not join a dynasty league with me and think I'm going to be like an easy trade partner, because I'm not. Because I'm just like super hyper attuned to what my team needs. And even if it's fair market value, but it's not fair, it's not good for my team in the sense of the direction it's trying to head, I'm just not going to do it. Even if I am winning, even if I'm winning by 10% in a deal, if it's not what I need in the direction of my team, I'm saying no. So like a good example of this is like I had this team that Matthew was talking about in this, where I finished second last year, didn't win the championship, have like every good I have Bijan, I just like every good play. I have AJ Brown, I have Dak, I have Kyler, I have Travis Kelce. I just like all these good players, but like clearly a veteran team ready to win now. And I had 4 firsts. Who do you want to take here?
Let's go Harvey. I like a little Harvey fun. Action. Zay, I think, is also a very solid pick here. Harvey's great. It's been interesting to me to see Treveyon get steamed so hard.
Based on a kick return and a 8-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, it was a cool kick return though. 100 yards, ran pretty fast. Kick return.
I am not saying in any way, shape, or form that I am not the worst kind of guy in Dynasty. I am the worst kind of guy in Dynasty, and it's not close. And this trade that I made was actually one that I clearly lost. I traded 3 firsts to get Genty. But guess what, man? I don't even have a starting spot on my roster for Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter would be my wide receiver 5 on this roster, and that was one of the picks that I traded up. So it's just like, yeah, dude, I'm just getting rid of the... So that's one that I lost. I lost this trade to Theo Greminger, another fantasy points guy. But it's gonna be better for... And this is a managed league. It's not a best ball league. So sometimes you just gotta... I think we gotta take Pearsall here.
Yeah, I agree.
Is Rome there? Pearsall or Rome?
Let's go Pearsall here. Yeah, I have not been taking a ton of Pearsall, but obviously I totally understand the argument there. Juwan Jennings likely gets this contract thing and this calf thing sorted out here pretty soon, but if not, that's obviously massive for Pearsall. And either way, I think it's pretty easy to throw his rookie, efficiency metrics out the window because he got shot in the chest with a .40 caliber handgun.
I don't know if it's that easy because I also didn't think he was a good prospect, Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I'm right about it, but it does mean that I draft a lot of Ricky Pearsall. He's one of my most drafted players. I think he like legitimately has league winning upside. I think the fact that he was an older prospect might be better for his production this season for a 49ers team that desperately needs him with Jennings not practicing, Ayuk not healthy, Kittle's 31, CMC is 29 and has might be the best running back in fantasy, might not be available by week 4. The fact that he's 25 might actually be a boon, but I am also think there's like a 30% chance he's not any good at all. Like that he's like a John Baldwin, AJ Jenkins level of just like failure as a prospect.
Yeah, I don't know. 30% feels a little high to me given the circumstances of his rookie year, but I totally understand where you're coming from. One of the better notes for Pearsall, and Scott Barrett tweeted about this a couple of days ago, is like when wide receivers hold out and miss these practices, miss these installs, it generally does impact, especially early season production. And that would obviously be a great note for Ricky Pearsall if all of a sudden Juwan Jennings isn't quite the guy we saw last year.
Yeah. I think I agree with that. Wow. Don't think I've seen this before. J Money with Lamar, Hurts, and Joe Burrow. Just getting after. I assume he's auto drafting, but if he's not, interesting strategy.
Yeah, that's
it's August, man. People are here. They're living their truths out there.
They certainly are. I do feel like because of how much time a lot of us will spend doing this is the point of the year where we all kind of go like collectively insane. And you see some of the craziest drafts you could ever imagine in August, even though obviously ADP and stuff is a lot sharper in general.
It does. And everyone just kind of loses their mind.
Yeah.
Just gets bored. We just get bored. We just show like guys move up and move down, for no real reason. It's a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be drafting. All right, we're up in 2 picks. Aaron Jones is strong here. Okay, he goes Mason, Tracy, Warren. We could take Josh Downs. We could take Michael Pittman Jr. What are you thinking?
Let's go Jordan Mason here. Should have pretty good standalone value. Obviously, great contingent upside if anything were to happen to Aaron Jones, who is another one of those guys, at least last year, who seemed to be perpetually injured.
Yeah. Aaron Jones, 1,500 scrimmage yards last year. I think that was maybe but he was literally injured all year. He was questionable every single week.
Oh, and I mean, I had one of the most tilting memories of my DFS career. I played him in the main event, a $3,300 entry team. I played him and Tajay Spears. Tajay Spears gets concussed wearing a Guardian cap. Aaron Jones gets injured in the third quarter with like 14 fantasy points. And, I think I finished maybe 30 fantasy points away from like legitimately life-changing money, which was a little disappointing. But I'm fine now. It's fine. It's all okay. Yeah.
It's fine. Are you excited to get back in the Battle Royale streets?
Oh, man, I definitely am. So me and Ryan Heath over at Fantasy Points on the Fantasy Points YouTube channel will have, let's go Josh Downs here. We will have a Battle Royale show right after Cashing Points, the Underdog Drafter Party. That'll be, I believe, at 8:30, if I remember correctly. But definitely check that out over on the Fantasy Points YouTube channel. Me and Ryan drink some beers. We answer all kinds of fantasy questions. We draft some underdog teams. It's a ton of fun. And for those who don't know, I view Ryan as pretty easily like the best up and coming analyst in the industry. He's done some incredible work this offseason. I think his 2025 offseason portfolio is one of the best you'll ever see. So yeah, really cool that I get to do a show with him. He's a good buddy of mine. One of my favorite parts about fantasy, Davis, is that like I've become pretty good friends with a lot of like really cool people. Like Scott Barrett was my favorite writer before I ever entered the industry. And now me and him are pretty good buddies. Me and Ryan Heath are good friends. I'm good friends with Neil Orfield, who's another guy who I was like a huge fan of before I ever interacted with him. So yeah, I think all that's pretty neat.
It is one of the coolest things about doing this for your job is you just get to meet a lot of people who are very similar to yourself in terms of their interests and the way their brains work. And, you just don't meet a ton of people in your real day-to-day life who know who Jakobi Croskey-Merritt is or have strong opinions about Jakobi Croskey-Merritt. But it is nice to find them.
Absolutely. When I did my my home league draft on Monday, someone drafted Jakobi Croskey-Merritt, and another one of my buddies said that's not a real person. That's a made up name. He doesn't actually exist.
And you said literally you have no idea the discourse that this man has inspired on the World Wide Web. You have no idea how contentious. Adam Scherer and I are coworkers at Run the Sims. Adam is mostly in charge of the projections, but I do some of the just of like depth chart stuff of like who's the wide receiver 5, who's the wide receiver 4. And so we're in death blows realistically over how to assign the carry share for the Washington Commanders. I mean, this has been going on for weeks now, and I don't see any way that it gets resolved peacefully.
Yeah, that's, I think, one of the most interesting parts about doing projections is there are just some spots where you kind of just
don't know
shoulders. Yeah. And
you don't know.
This is my best guess. This is as good as it gets. Let's see here.
Gotta be Mr. Purdy here.
Yeah. I don't really see anyone else who seems reasonable. We can get Fields in a couple picks.
We could. So we have Purdy, Ginty, Harvey, Mason, Puka, Garrett Wilson, Ricky Pearsall, Josh Downs, George Kittle. If we wanted to, we could do something like we could take Colson Loveland if we wanted to double up tight ends in that game. Could take Scadaboo, could take Christian Kirk, could take Keenan Allen. None of these options feel particularly great. I mean, this part of the board is just not very fun right now.
Yeah, it's not. I think I'd rather sure up quarterback, grab Fields, because I do feel like things open up a little bit more once we get past this.
I agree. Let's do it.
Area.
Justin Fields, the points per drop back fantasy points king. It's like If you want to sort and find a metric that Justin Fields is good at, you can find one over on fantasypoints.com.
Yeah, I kind of just have always had an affinity for quarterbacks who suck but are great fantasy football players. Like Anthony Richardson has been the bane of my existence for the last few years. One of my
Terrell
highest
Pryor,
players.
buddy.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, these are all great examples where it's like, look, these guys have huge fundamental issues at playing quarterback, but when they're out there, it's hard not to click them in DFS or in Battle Royale or, choose your weekly format. So, yeah. Do you have any like archetype players like that you're just like a sucker for?
Running backs or wide receivers who have converted between the positions. So a running back who converts to wide receiver, or a wide receiver who converts to, I would say that is the number one, or, Cordarrelle Patterson, Wan'Dale Robinson, just really anyone of that ilk, like a guy who is Brashard Smith, anyone who is converted between, I would say that's number one. And yeah, like shitty quarterbacks who can't throw but run. Keenan Reynolds, you remember Keenan Reynolds?
Oh man, that's quite the pull.
Yeah, Keenan Reynolds. So he was college football's all-time leading touchdown scorer, converted to wide receiver, I believe, for the Seahawks. Never mattered. Never played NFL football at a serious level, but he did play for the Seattle Sea Dragons in the old XFL for the 3 weeks it existed before COVID in 2020.
Okay. I vaguely recall this. I feel like my spring football expertise in the 2020 season was okay. And then I pretty much have a photographic memory of everyone else who's played in spring football since then.
Denard Robinson, another guy, positional convert. Guy, just any of these guys. Seattle Dragons. Yep. It's kind of sad how easy that was for me to pull, actually. That Keenan Reynolds was the receiver, returner, and emergency quarterback for Jim Zorn's Seattle Dragons.
Wow. That's incredible. That's why I'm so honored to be on the show with you, Davis, because I just can't imagine there are many other best ball hosts who could pull something like that.
Oh, Terrell Pryor. There we go. Terrell Pryor is this man's neighbor. How about that?
Wow. That's pretty awesome.
That is pretty cool. Could take Ayuk to keep doing this stack. I feel like we're a little bit more light at running back. I like Braylon Allen and Jaden. I actually do like Braylon Allen with Justin Fields. You got a strong opinion here?
Yeah, let's go Allen. I think Ayuk is also fine. Hopefully we can land both guys.
I was going to say, yeah, maybe we'll get Ayuk coming around. So Terrell Pryor was actually part of my very first thing that people were mad about me online for. I mean, this was a lot. You probably legitimately, when Terrell Pryor started at quarterback for the Raiders, you were probably legitimately in middle school, high school, probably.
This would have been 2016.
No, earlier than that.
14?
Let's go look it up. Terrell Pryor, PFR. It's gonna be pretty early. Terrell Pryor, 2013.
Oh yeah, okay. I was a freshman in high school when that happened.
So
and people were already getting mad at you online.
They were already getting so Terrell Pryor started a game against the Pittsburgh Steelers at quarterback. I'm trying to remember when this is. Yeah, Terrell Pryor. So basically, I had him ranked as a top 10 quarterback. Damn, we just got sniped on everyone there. Give me a wide receiver. Anyone you want.
Let's go Dobbs.
Cool with me. That's a Michael Leone-esque pick there.
Yeah.
So this was before people realized that running at quarterback was just a hack.
Mm-hmm.
That like you just got points for that, and people were like, "No, dude, can't do that." Terrell Pryor sucks at playing quarterback, and I just remember going back and forth on it. Oh, it was not against the Steelers; it was against the Indianapolis Colts, and I believe he had an 80-yard run in that game. Yeah, there you go. Memory lane, freshman year in high school for Jake.
Yeah, that was I would say that was before I got really into fantasy. So I started playing DFS when I was 17 because on FanDuel, if you didn't make more than $600, they wouldn't age verify you.
Mm-hmm.
So that was how I got away with it. And like immediately when I started playing DFS, I was like, oh, this is a really good time. I like this. I like this a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I just kind of never stopped.
Many such cases. Yeah, I guess we could do Thielen to the Vikings here real quick. I think it is. So my gut instinct was that it was marginally good for Thielen, but I guess he's now firmly third in the pecking order for the money weeks instead of second. So that isn't great. The huge winner is Coker. Coker went from maybe a rotational wide receiver 4 to surely a wide receiver 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I also don't really think this impacts anything. It's obviously, especially for Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, maybe it's like the slightest of docks to TJ Hawkinson. Really, I just think it's like I said earlier in the show, I projected the Chicago Minnesota game a few days ago. Really, really hard to project these Minnesota wide receivers with all the question marks they have right now, given the health, given the Addison suspension. This feels like largely just a depth move. Also enables Thielen to retire as a Viking.
Yeah, it does. All right. Hunter in redraft must be played at wide receiver, but also gets defensive stats. I mean, you take him first round, right?
Yeah, I don't
play any IDP, but I can't imagine. Like, I think Travis Hunter might just score more points than JSN on offense anyway.
Yeah, and like, your upside scenario is that he averages the most fantasy points of any flex eligible player
of any player. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I interest you in Ollie Gordon on this team?
You absolutely can.
That's my boy.
Ollie Gordon is a great pick. He was a guy that I've been grabbing around like pick 200 on DK a bit, and then he's really gotten steamed in the last few days. I haven't done a ton of drafts over the last 48 or so hours, but I know he's one of the big movers.
Yeah, I've seen him go in the 10th round on some of these. We did literally just get the reporting that A-Chain is going to be good to go week 1 with the calf injury, so maybe that slows the steam a little bit. But I don't know. I sort of think those guys almost play like different positions inside of the Miami Dolphins offense. I mean, there's a ton of overlap there.
They're very, very different players, obviously.
All right, this is a legitimate 20 spot ADP value on Pitts. I think we got to do it.
It's wow. Two Kyle Pitts.
Two Kyle Pitts teams.
That's what is that? What does that say about me?
I was gonna say, what does that say about you, bro?
Yeah, that I do 2 drafts with Davis all off season, and I end up with Kyle Pitts on both teams, despite not having much Pitts exposure. That said, I mean, Davis, I feel like you can back me up on this. When you see a huge faller, assuming there isn't some sort of like recent arrest or like ambiguous injury, those guys are almost always great values.
I mean, not even almost always. They just are. Like the math is like super clear.
Yeah.
That the like greatest predictor of how successful fantasy teams will be is closing line and real-time ADP value on a given team. So if you just get a ton of CLV and a ton of real-time, like in that draft ADP value, your team just projects way better. Super, super clear. All right. This team is Brock Purdy and Justin Fields, Ashton Jeanty, RJ Harvey, Jordan Mason, Braylon Allen, Ollie Gordon. We are a little light at running back. Puka Nacua, Garrett Wilson, Ricky Pearsall, Josh Downs, Romeo Doubs, George Kittle, and Kyle Pitts. George Kittle and Kyle Pitts going in the same round last year, roughly, or 2 years ago. Well, yeah. No, we were still making excuses for him last year with Kirk Cousins as his quarterback.
That's true. That's very true. It's has there ever been a player that's had as many excuses for him as Kyle Pitts?
I'm honestly like Kadarius Toney, maybe.
Yeah. He's a good one. Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore
probably be up there.
Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, I feel like Bateman's like the tier below those guys.
Marvin Mims.
Yeah, but Davis, have you ever extrapolated Marvin Mims' fantasy points per route run to a full-time route share?
You're doing it to the wrong guy, because yes, I have, and I love Marvin Mims. I think he's awesome, and I'm happy to draft Marvin Mims at cost. Right. Oh, Dalton Kincaid.
Oh, yeah.
I would say Dalton Kincaid has actually done less on an NFL field than Kyle Pitts.
That's probably true to this
No,
point.
it's easily true. All right. I would love to take Pat Bryant here. Pat Bryant feels like a good fit for this wide receiver room. You good with that?
Yeah, totally good with that.
Yeah, this is a good trivia. Do we think Dalton Kincaid has had a 100-yard NFL game?
Oh, no way.
No chance, right?
I mean, I think he's gotten over 65 yards.
Yeah. His high, he has 3 games with 80 or more yards.
Okay.
No games with more than 65 yards and a touchdown. Okay, this is a good one. Just career touchdowns. Dalton Kincaid.
3?
4.
I was close. So
dude, so brutal.
It is brutal. For what it's worth, he was pretty beat up last year.
Sure.
Not to join the industrial complex, but
you're joining it, dude. You're part of it right now. Give me a wide receiver.
I like Dwain Brown here.
Aren't you worried about Tim Patrick, bro?
I am not. I don't know if anyone's ever seen who the Jaguars were trotting out at wide receivers 4 through 6, but it was pretty rough.
Parker Washington's okay.
He's okay. But then we're getting to guys like Trent Irwin, like actual UFL wide receiver 2 types. Yeah, I don't think that trade really means much of anything outside of shoring up depth. I think Dwain Brown's going to be out there for 70% of routes pretty easily.
I am not high on Chris Godwin, even with the pup avoidance. Do you have a different feeling about that?
It's hard not to be pretty concerned about, what we've heard regarding Godwin. Egbuka being really good could also just bury him. That's I think that's one of the risks. And there's also a chance that he just comes back and isn't the same guy. The contract is really the only good note that we've gotten on Godwin. I guess not going on pup is a win. But it's not the way it was exciting one.
The way it was explained to me, and this could be wrong, is that for conditioning reasons, they don't want to put Wirfs and Godwin on the pup so that they can practice and be at the team facility working on conditioning and whatnot. Again, I don't know if that's true. You could tell me anything in my Twitter mentions if you sound authoritative, and I'll believe you. As it pertains to arcane NFL cap rules, sounds right, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's those are always the toughest things. I feel like when you're doing fantasy analysis, is remembering what the fuck does that actually mean when someone gets put on pup,
Well, because pup in the preseason can mean 3 different things.
Right.
And then
exactly.
What's the difference between pup and NFI? I think, by the way, this is where I've currently landed, is I think the reason why Joe Mixon being on NFI is super bearish, because I wonder if they're keeping him on NFI to try and avoid paying his contract. If you keep a guy on NF, if you say it's your fault, dude, you went and got this procedure. I do not like doing this. I do not like pairing Rice with Godwin. That's adding in a lot of zero risk. Just weeks where your whole roster could be submarined. I don't really want to take. Let's take a running back. Give me a Manungai. Is Brashard Smith available? He's not.
Let's go Manungai.
Ryan Poles.
All these guys are the same.
Ryan Poles asked yesterday about the backup running back job. Did not mention Roschon Johnson.
Ooh. See, is it over? Is it over for Roschon Bros? I have been taking some Roschon.
It could be over.
I've gotten a little worried about it.
Okay, Dart is gone. We need a wide receiver.
Alec Pierce is good for some spike weeks.
I was gonna say did he just go? He did. I'm trying to see if there's anyone else. I don't want to take AD Mitchell. Oh no, Alec Pierce is right there. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Alec Pierce.
One of my I actually let it off when I wrote the consistency by production article. One of the best examples of player consistency last year was Alec Pierce, who in his spike weeks, I believe there were 4 or 5 of them, averaged more fantasy points per game than Puka Nacua, and in all other weeks averaged less fantasy points per game than Jordan Akins. So that is the perfect example of a guy who, even in a 16-team redraft league that's super deep, you would really never want to start because he's giving you so many bad games. But in best ball, very viable pick because those 20-point games certainly matter.
Yes. Yeah. There's this whole category of wide receiver who not only is better in best ball, but is just actively useless in a redraft format because you'll never get their weeks correctly. The Pierce being one of them. Tesla obviously is one of them. All right. This was the team we drafted, brother. We drafted Brock Purdy and Justin Fields, Ashton Jeanty, RJ Harvey, Jordan Mason, Braylon Allen, Ollie Gordon, Kyle Monangai, Puka Nacua, Garrett Wilson, Ricky Pearsall, Josh Downs, Romeo Doubs, Pat Bryant, De'Ami Brown, Alec Pierce, George Kittle, and Kyle Pitts. How do you think we did?
I think we did pretty good here. I think this is another example of a team that I might not draft independently, but that I still really like.
I do, 70% of my best ball manias with people. So I enjoy that. I enjoy getting a layered in different process. If people liked what you had to say, Jake, and would like to invest in more of your knowledge and content, how can they go about doing that?
Over on Twitter at Jake Tribbey. Like I said, I just published a pair of articles that are available over at fantasypoints.com on player consistency. So if you're interested in both consistency by how many fantasy points players scored and consistency by their expected fantasy points, so their usage, those are free to read over on fantasypoints.com. Fantasy Points, great place to check out if you love high quality written content. And we also have easily the best data product in the industry. So those are 2 great reasons to check out fantasypoints.com. And in season, I'll be doing all my work over at fantasypoints.com. So if you liked anything I had to say, I highly encourage you head out to fantasypoints.com.
Yeah, guys, go check my boy Jake out on Twitter and over on Fantasy Points, and he'll be back whenever he deems fit. Later, man. Thank you for hopping on.
Thank you, Davis. It's a great time.
All right, boys, we are going to hop into another Best Ball Mania draft. In fact, we already have. We are up there for pick 2. Ben Griffin just made the Ryder Cup. How about that? And then Dwain McFarland will be with us in 1 hour, which is nice. 12-man Superflex Dynasty full PPR. Should I send CD and James Conner? Yeah, if you are full rebuilding, then yes. Yes, I would. If in a total full rebuild, I would do that. And then I would try and obviously turn Evans and Kyron into more picks. That would be exactly what I would want to do. I would want to maximize the picks as much as possible. Wow, Ben Weaver gifting 5 memberships to the channel. Shout out to Ben Weaver, man. The lifeblood of the fantasy football YouTube economy is people who are doing super chats and doing gifted memberships and hanging out in the Davis Maddock Discord. Big W. Thank you to Ben. Yes, Bill goes ahead of Jordan Mason in redraft. How do you handle who to drop for kicker? I don't know. Whoever is furthest away from contributing to my roster. It is honestly hard to do though. Bang, David got a Memby. Shout out to I need to allow Underdog Fantasy to access my location. It is really, I think it is bad to take Bowers and Kittle together. I'm not worried about the Falcons offensive line injuries with Bijan. I believe I have 9 DK Millies left. I believe I have 9. The Thielen trade is very good for Jalen Coker. Jalen Coker is a full-time starting wide receiver now for the Carolina Panthers. I think Jalen Coker, I think you can move Jalen Coker up to like a 13th round pick. What do you mean? How do you get into a redraft league? Like a league with your buddies, like on like ESPN? Is it me, or does taking Bijan feel like the first round version of taking your medicine? Honestly, it does. And I don't know why that is, because I obviously like Bijan. I guess he's kind of already retreated into feeling like a boring pick because he's in the 3rd year of his career. But Bijan is like a phenomenally good player. Today, I had a Lamb, A-Chain, Bauer start on Drafters. Unbelievable. Yeah, if you guys are interested, there is a reload bonus over on Drafters right now, where you can get a 20% reload bonus with the code Davis20, I believe, which is quite nice. We will take. Let's take Lad. Sure. We'll take Lad McConkey here. I don't think it moves up Leggett a ton. Probably just a smidge. I'm not that into Leggett, although I guess Leggett is just guaranteed to be a starter now. So I suppose that's nice for him. And Renfrow got cut. Yeah, let's take T. Higgins, who I almost took. So Bijan, Lad, and T. Higgins to begin. No, I did not see your team review. Sorry, brother. Is Underdog doing the Gladiator program for best ball tourneys? Yes. Yeah, there is a Gladiator program. I don't know where the graphic is off the top of my head, but there is a Gladiator program for best ball tournaments this year. I do not know the exact reward that you get. What's the problem with Laporta at his ADP? I mean, I think a lot of people are expecting Laporta to not be a particularly great target earner, which actually feels fair. Only 83 targets in 16 healthy games last season. He was really negatively impacted by the ascension of Jameson Williams in that offense. And I think that the ascension of Isaac Tesla in the offense is not great for him either. If you're thinking about how many mouths there are to feed in that offense, I don't know where. I mean, I feel like Laporta's a clear 4th. I think you go St. Brown, Gibbs, J-Mo, Laporta. Do I think that Laporta is for sure better than? I mean, I think Jameson Williams will be better earning targets than Laporta. All right. Do I need to upgrade my wide receiver core? I guess my main question is, do I need to upgrade my wide receiver core? Quarterback, Dak Prescott. Running back, Chase Brown, Henry, Hampton, Henderson, Jordan Mason, Allie Gordon, Brashard Smith. Sick room. Wide receivers, Igbuka, Tet, Pearsall, McLeod, Sky Moore, tight end, Goddard. Yeah, I would trade Jordan Mason and probably even Treveyon Henderson for a big upgrade at wide receiver, assuming you are trying to win this year. If you're trying to win right away, those wide receivers are not good enough. You need like you need a CD like to win one of these leagues. Oh yeah, Henderson and Pearsall for BTJ, that's a smash. Yeah, I would. That puts your team way up at the top, brother. Yes, we are going to do one final team review show before the beginning of the season, 100%. All right. Speak of the devil, we are about to select Jameson Williams right now. Bang. Bajan, Lad McConkey, T. Higgins, Jamison Williams. I think that seems pretty fair. I could see why both sides would want to do that. I'm not really back in on Najee, but I'm kind of an anti-Najee guy. Just in general. I mean, just the ability to get Breece Hall in the 5th round feels like absolute cheating. Thank you, man. Thank you for watching and supporting over on twitch.tv/DavisMattic. Do you prefer Kyle Williams or Demario Douglas? I guess I probably slightly prefer Demario Douglas, but I don't think I feel strongly either way. Like, I think that Kyle Williams is going to be your back half of the season guy, but Demario Douglas is going to be available. It's just like Douglas just probably can't score that many touchdowns. I think Najee at 174 feels about right, just as like a handcuff to Hampton. Drafted a BBM team with Brian Robinson at 163, Najee at 174 with Treveyon, Harvey, and Scadaboo. Yeah, that's fire. That's playing it strong. I believe I have 17 Best Ball Mania drafts left to complete. Wow, Keegan did not pick himself. All right. I mean, just the concept of a playing captain in the Ryder Cup is crazy. All right. So we're going to be a little behind on tight end at this team. This actually is a team where you could conceivably take Laporta. Bijan and Breece, 2 first-round running backs from last season on the same team. I think the Breece Hall Dipperino has just gone way too far. What are we doing here, guys? Wow, Mike Clay gave Byshell Tootin a boost in his projections. We have not checked the old Mike Clay projections yet today. So why don't we go on over and go see what Mr. Clay has cooking. Go to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Hey, he's got Tootin ahead of Bigsby. More fantasy points. Yeah. Yeah, big ESPN, dude. Big ESPN coming on down. I watched Coco Gauff's match last night at the U.S. Open. Thought it was pretty strong. A realistic expectation for Taekwon and the Chiefs offense is like whatever Justin Watson did. Didn't realize this before doing the math, but Derrick Henry will be top 10 all time if he goes for 1,500 yards this year. All right. So in this case, Emwald, I personally would not want to have 25% of Breece, but I was not buying him at the 3-4 turn. But I think that's a great way to go. All right. Do I want to do Olave here? Olave does make sense. Oh, sidekick reset on me. Burrow went. Yeah, I didn't get Burrow. All right, we'll do Olave. Small little dipperino there on Olave at 67. I'm in a 2-keeper league. Who would be your number 1 target in round 15? I'm in a 2. Any running back you think could be a starter next year? Maybe Will Shipley, maybe Woody Marks, maybe Keaton Mitchell, DJ Giddens, someone like that. Do we do Jennings or do we do Myers? Let's do Myers. Maybe set up a little backdoor Dyson darts. Ooh, it's a good question. Do we have updated Vikings projections? No, not yet. But I bet the Vikings projection is going to be pretty spicy. 603 pass attempts for the team. And no one look at how shitty all the other wide receiver projections are. Do I think that Tim Patrick plays more than Parker Washington and Diami? No, I do not. Oh, yeah, Ollie Gordon would be a good one. Pick one at cost. Still Jaden Higgins for me. Yeah, I have Bigsby, or I have Tootin ranked over Bigsby. I'm gonna make a YouTube short / Instagram reel / X the Everything app video for CFB Pick'ems. I've not dived deep enough in right now to put one out, but when it's out, you'll see it, assuming that you are subscribed to the channel. It is a contract year for one Mr. Breece Hall. I don't think I know who Bryson Tremaine is. Is this a college football player? A Stanford wide receiver? I will not be selecting Bryson Tremaine. There's got to be no way that guy's making the roster, right? Like, no chance? Isn't Jimmy Horn Jr. the wide receiver 5? I don't know why. It's just so funny. Is it not? Maybe I'm the only one who thinks it's funny, but I think it is hilarious to say X the Everything app. How much Tesla is too much? I don't know. How much Tesla do we think I have? I'm looking this up in real time. I have no idea how much Isaac Tesla I have. Drafts completed. 1,324 drafts completed. 8.4% Isaac Tesla. $1,601 of Isaac Tesla. Literally 8.3%. Oh yeah. You were right there. You were right there to 0.1% too much of Isaac Tesla. I was hip to him early because he is not a 100% drafted guy. This is a massive dipperino on Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson at 95. Look at that freaking dipperino, boys. That's all day. That's all day. I think I just won Best Ball Mania. Oh my, and damn, I was about to take Jacory Croskey-Merritt there. All right, this is going to be a 3 quarterback team, so I'm going to push it. I'm going to select Colston Loveland at this pick and give myself another quarterback. In deep redraft, they're both awful stashes. You're never. What situation would have to happen for you to ever? You would never start Isaac Tesla or Dante Thornton. There's no scenario where you would do this in redraft. Maybe if Jameson Williams got injured, you'd start Tesla. I'd take him in the 3rd if I had to. Arf, arf, arf. I'm just a slappy drafter, baby. Listen to Davis Maddock, baby. Herzig don't know who I am. I'm not really moving Thielen up a ton. I am moving Coker up a lot. I think Coker is a huge win. Like Jalen Coker should be projected for a lot of points. Let me see if we refresh this. We go to the Panthers. Maybe he's already updated the Panthers. No, but the Coker projection is going to be strong. How does Thielen affect Justin Jefferson? Don't break my brain, Pepper Tony. That song is supposed to sound like Teenage Dirtbag by Wheatus. And do you guys know who sang that song, by the way? You know who's singing Slappy the Seal? Buck St. Thomas. The guys from the recorded video here. My wife is gonna be so mad when I play that song on Spotify in the car. It was not sacrilegious. It is Buck. Thielen, I guess, is like maybe a slightly better chaperone because he's gonna be the wide receiver 2 for the Vikings for the first 3 games of the season. But his range of projections is slightly worse because he's teammates with 2 way better wide receivers. I think you could get away with Coker versus Jacksonville in week 1. Yeah. It's not going to be like a great flex play. I don't think that people were saying this about Puka a few years ago. Yeah, Sack wrote it. But Mr. Buck St. Thomas. Oh, brutal. Drafted Puka, had to drop him to replace an injured Mark Andrews. That right there, you just told me one of the darkest stories in the English language. Now, am I gonna get Goff if I take Fields here? We'll take Fields. Am I going to get Goff? Please give me one Mr. Jared Goff. You don't need him, brother. Dang, or do I take Tootin? Hope to keep pushing quarterback and take Tootin? Oh, man, what do I do? I don't want to ruin this team. I'm going to take Goff. I wanted Tootin. I did. I wanted him. That was more responsible of me to take Goff there. I got Puka on waivers, and then Kyron went unclaimed. Yes, I did partake in the Truth Serum video on the Deposit Kingdom this year. I sure did. Although I think my Truth Serum, frankly, is probably pretty straightforward. All right, so the team is Justin Fields, Jared Goff, Bijan Robinson, Breece Hall, Caleb Johnson, Ladd McConkey, T. Higgins, Jamison Williams, Chris Olave, Jakobi Meyers, and Colston Loveland. I think so. I'm thinking I might want 3 quarterback. Man, maybe with Fields and Goff, you're fine with 2. Probably 3 tight ends. I am standing firm on Tyler Shuck Island. I will not be drafting Spencer Rattler. When Tootin runs for his second 40-plus yard touchdown in week 5, I will regret the Goff pick. Yeah, I absolutely will. I played this Slappy Drafter song video for my wife last night. She did not enjoy it. I don't think you're alone in this. I also showed it to my wife and she did not love it. When are we drafting Tez Johnson? I think FFPC used to do 28 round best ball tournaments. You could probably do it in a 28 round draft. Tez Johnson. Tez Johnson is smaller than me, brother. Do we think Tez Johnson can bench press 225? I bet he can't. What is Tez Johnson's bench press max? Can't be very high. Ooh, could be Jaden Blue season. Actually, you know what? Dallas Goedert is just a phenomenal. Do I want Ferg maybe? Phenomenal chaperone here. We'll do Dallas Goedert as the Colston Loveland chaperone. I don't know, man. I am not buying that. He weighs 140, 150. I'm not buying it. I don't really want Quinshon Judkins. I just am not that appealed by it. All right, Jaden Blue, man. Live the dream, Davis. I'm not hating on Tez. Tez Johnson versus Kevin Durant bench off. Who wins? Great question. Probably Tez Johnson, just because Tez Johnson has smaller arms, so it's easier. John McClain, who's a longtime Texans beat writer, says, I don't think many will be surprised if Joe Mixon doesn't play this season. So much mystery about his injury, his rehab situation, timetable, etc. I've never seen anything like it in my 49 years covering the NFL. Maybe the fact they haven't signed another back yet is good. I think I agree. Joe Mixon is probably not going to play fantasy, probably not going to play in the National Football League this year. Just my opinion. I've been wrong about lots of things before in my life, but I don't think he's playing football this year. I don't think that Quinshon Judkins is going back to college. Showing your wife the 2025 Best Ball Bro video is essentially declaring celibacy. Many such cases. Fantasy Football Garage. Is Chris Brooks a reasonable late round dart? Basically hasn't been drafted and could be Josh Jacobs' backup. I do think so. I mean, I'm not going crazy about it, but I think it's a reasonable dart. Yes, I did see the Browns coach quote about the running back room. The Browns have 2 running backs on their roster. Yeah, but Pierre Strong's on their practice squad. So they're just going to pop him back up. Check out the Yahoo Best Ball ADP. I did not know that Yahoo had Best Ball still. Yahoo Best Ball Fantasy. Do they have contests? Oh, these are just like self-contained leagues. Interesting. He'd already have an injury settlement if he was not going to play. The Texans think he's going to play. So I would doubt that's true about the injury settlement, because the way these athletes work is they just always think there is an opportunity for them to play, and the team obviously wants him to. So I would say that is unlikely to be true. But, not 100%, but I'd say it's unlikely. All right. Wide receiver. I could take Liget actually on this team. Liget actually makes a little bit of sense here. Yeah, I think let's do it. Xavier. Actually, you know what? Money where my mouth is. Jalen Coker. Jalen Coker is just better than Xavier Liget right now. And now we'll take Bryce Young. Dude, setting up the stack. Justin Fields, Jared Goff, Bryce Young, Bijan Robinson, Breece Hall, Caleb Johnson, Jaden Blue, Ladd McConkey, T. Higgins, Jameson Williams, Chris Olave, Jakobi Meyers, Jalen Coker, Colston Loveland, and Dallas Goedert. Snort the Toporino, dude. So the most recent thing I read about Emmanuel Wilson versus Chris Brooks was that it seemed that Brooks was going to be ahead of Wilson, but I have no idea. I have no specific above market insight into who the running back, who the backup running back for the Packers is going to be. I mean, they probably want it to be Marshawn Lloyd. Dude, it's easy to pick Jake Bobo when you're doing it all on site credit. Flip a coin, dude. These guys are literally the same. Goddard and Ferguson are the same. Chris Brooks is a fullback. I think this is not true. Is that true? I think Chris Brooks is okay. Chris Brooks was on the Dolphins practice squad. He weighs 219 pounds. He had 36 rushes last year. He played at California and BYU. He ran for 2,500 yards in college. Yes, I did see Bo Melton made the team as a cornerback. Sick for him. Sick for him to keep the NFL dream alive when it became clear he probably wasn't going to make it. All right, boys. Here we go. Adam Schefter tweets, NFL is aiming for at least a potential 6-game suspension for Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice for violating the league's personal conduct policy. Sources tell ESPN the suspension would kick in at the start of this season. There you go. So if that's what Schefter's reporting, I now believe that's probably the most likely thing that's going to happen. Gonna buy myself a little Brashard Smith as a treat. Well, no, I think we've all been right. I now think he's gonna have a 4-game suspension at the start of the season. That's my new guess. My new guess is 4-game suspension at the start of the upcoming season. Should we take? Who should we take? Let's take Troy Franklin. Just got very little of that bag. What should Rice's ADP if it's 4 games at the start of the season? It's probably right in here between Ridley and Golden somewhere. Maybe not. I feel like you think the Baltimore Ravens backup tight end is a missing piece at tight end? I do not think so. I do not think Isaiah Likely is a missing piece. Dude, it's terrible for Rice. 4 to 6 games at the start of the season. Tyquan Thornton will have stolen his job by then. It's not being reported as either a minimum or a maximum. It's saying the NFL is seeking a 6-game suspension. I don't know. What do I know, man? I didn't know he was privately seeking... What did Pete say? I didn't know he was privately seeking a deferred adjudication. But I got Addison right. No one gives a shit about Addison. Honestly, Saber, Dunder Mifflin's a part of Sabre. I agree with this. I think Worthy is just better than Rashee Rice. There. How about that for a truth serum? How about that for a hot take, boys? Likely was not going to beat out Andrews. Well, who said I remember this report that the NFL was seeking 10 games, but I don't remember what source that was. It's easy to gamble on Rashee Rice when you're playing with site credits. I honestly, Sostin, this is my opinion too. He was never going to be 12 games. That is insane, dude. Joey, come up for air, bro. Come up for air. It was never, ever, 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 ever going to be 12 games. Between Coker, Jaden Higgins, or Bigsby? Honestly, probably Coker. Let's see if Bigsby gets traded first. Exactly. Worthy is better than peak Tyreek Hill. Mahomes will make him the wide receiver 1. I heard it was going to be 42 games and he had to volunteer at the DMV. I heard the same thing. All right, what does this team need, man? This team let's change it to leg up and see if leg up gives me anything different. Let's change the rank. Oh, not taking Roschon Johnson. Dude, didn't you hear Roschon Johnson's dead? All right, dude, I'll take a Jalen Lane. Sure. I agree. Worthy is basically Calvin Johnson in disguise. I heard it was going to be 12 games and he had to go replace stolen packages off porches. I need a video of Drew Davenport live reacting to the Best Ball Bros video. All right, I need to go get a protein bar, a cup of coffee before Dwain gets here. So can you guys give me 90 seconds? I will be right back, but give me 90 seconds. You want to scroll the F down for Keandre Lambert-Smith?
Oh my fucking God.
I'm about it. I'm about it.
This is too good.
Someone slap the Keandre Lambert-Smith button. The first KLS reception, I was like, wow, he is the greatest wide receiver of all time. Is the 9th round too early for KLS? People are asking.
4.37 40, played at Auburn. This is Darius Slayton vibes.
My thesis is at least not that he is Jerry Rice's kid. All right, bros. We didn't even lose that many people. I've learned from watching the show all offseason that Xavier Worthy is somewhere between Chris Hogan and Calvin Johnson. Why do people read news from someone like Shepty and that it's minimum 6 games being sought by the NFL and think, nah, I know better? I mean, I would guess no one's saying that, but a big deal this offseason has been that everyone reporting on Rashee Rice has been wrong. Now, do you guys want to see something disgusting? I'm about to show you guys something absolutely filthy. So I am eating very clean right now, tracking my calories, getting my protein in and everything. I basically don't eat carbohydrates before dinner. My wife was busy in the kitchen or busy in our pantry, so I didn't want to go. Basically, I didn't want to disturb my wife because she's on a call and our pantry is behind her. So I've been making this protein dessert and it tastes as disgusting as it is. So I use a cake pan. I mash up a banana. I put protein powder, Fairlife, and 2 eggs in this cake pan. Mix it all up and bake it. It's so fucking nasty. I mean, this is a protein loaf right now. It's so bad, but I'm starving. I mean, the macros are insane. Like, probably in this little bite that I have right here, this is probably, I mean, this might be 10 grams of protein in this bite. It's because it's got the Fairlife in it, it's got the egg in it, and it's got the protein powder in it. It does not need the stevia because it's got protein powder in it. It does not need the stevia at all. I probably am not going to stream my single entry golden on stream because I have got, let's see here. I have got 16 Best Ball Mania drafts left to do. And I've got to get it done. I basically have to get these done by Friday because the contest is about to fill. I believe that stevia is bad for me. So unbelievable. It's cursed. It's cursed. I'm gonna stream for a while today though. I'm gonna stream. I know Pete is probably streaming soon. So I'm hip to the Ninja Creamy. The issue with the Ninja Creamy is running out of cabinet space, brother. Lot of cabinet space. The very air we breathe is a noxious fume. It's not that bad. Sugar-free chocolate pudding goes insanely hard. You guys want to make some? Oh shit! Look at these slow draft picks. I'm about to miss them. I was about to auto draft. I was 6 minutes away. Jalen Coker. Look at this, boys. Perfect timing. Oh, this is the Elim. Some Elim picks for me here. Wow, the Ninja Creamy is good enough to stay on the counter full time. May, Herbert, Daniel Jones. I'm taking Darius Slayton over Tesla. Darius Slayton is a better Elim pick there. Is Rice the best click on the board if he only missed the first 6 games? Definitely not. I would not say that at all. Do you guys think that is true? 6 games is a lot of zeros to hold, man. Like, I know he's much more likely to be available for the money weeks right now, but I don't know, dude. It is not feeling very good. For an advance rate. A corner of the counter dedicated to the creamy. I just get the Costco Bear Nuggets, dump a pound of them into the air fryer, cover them in B-Dubs medium sauce. It's like 950 calories, 105 grams of protein. That sounds heat, dude. That sounds delicious. Harbs, I think that Jennings is much closer to being the best pick on the board, really. I think that Jennings is likely going to be one of the biggest wins that we can have in fantasy. GM to the summer-long Coker drafters. All right. What do we think is my Jalen Coker exposure right now? Oof. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. If Rice takes the 6-game suspension the first 6 weeks, then anyone who drafted him in the first quarter is killed. Can you explain the bull bear case on RJ Harvey, Byshell Tootin, and Dylan Sampson? I can try. So the bull case for RJ Harvey would be that he's a really good explosive runner, and that he 4.4% could be worse. 4.4% is not that bad. So on RJ Harvey, a very explosive rusher, probably going to be a very competent pass catcher in the National Football League. Don't think that J.K. Dobbins is going to take that much off his plate. The bear case would be J.K. Dobbins is actually going to take a lot off his plate, and that he's not going to end up scoring a bunch of touchdowns. Bull case for Byshell Tootin. Travis Etienne is not a good NFL player anymore. Hasn't been a good NFL player in a while. Tank Bigsby is one of the worst pass-catching running backs in the NFL. Tank Bigsby is rumored to be in trades. Byshell Tootin, one of the most effective running backs in college football last year. Just like an insanely explosive runner, one of the guys who really starred at the combine. And then Dylan Sampson, a little bit undersized of a running back, plays for one of the worst teams in college football, or NFL football, not college football. Was in a fake system at Tennessee. Tennessee, it's all fake stats, very fast. Only has Jerome Ford to compete with, assuming that Judkins is suspended for a decent amount of the season. Hope that was useful. Hope that was helpful. I don't know. Breach Chelsea Gray. I feel like Chelsea Gray has been good to me before in the WNBA pick'em streets. Maybe I made that up. Man. All right, should we look at? Oh, there we go. My boy's here. I don't even have to do this. My boy, my man, Dwain McFarland.
What's up?
How you doing, brother? How you living?
Good. Let me center up this camera.
You better.
I'm doing excellent. How about you, man?
Oh man, I'm living the dream, dude. Couldn't possibly be a better time of year. Weather is beautiful. Man. So nice outside.
It's still pretty hot here, but yeah.
Is it? You live in Austin?
I'm in Texas. No, I'm closer to Fort Worth, but it's definitely better than it was 2 weeks ago, though. So I'm not going to complain. I kind of went for an early, weighted walk on Tuesday, and I got pretty hot. I went at 5 because normally I'll wait till 6:30.
Yeah.
And I try to get
how much? Do you have one of the cool rucking ones? Like it's full on?
Yeah, it's full over, and you can add the different weights to it. I just did 20-pound on Tuesday, but I did 15,000 steps. So
that's my boy.
Yeah, man.
You guys don't know about
mentals,
rucking.
Man.
It's so good. Yeah.
Yeah. And
you guys don't know about rucking. It is the absolute best.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Actually, I think you might have been one of the first people I saw mention it, in the fantasy space. And then my wife, the gym she goes to, some people were doing it, and I was like, we should try it. Well, she said we should try it.
People are big. It's a big. I know it's very funny. I live in a little suburban neighborhood or whatever, and I see loads of 35 to 45-year-old women walking around the neighborhood with the weighted vests on. And I think it's so funny. Wow. This is a double stream draft. Peter is streaming this right now as well. That's very funny. Dwayne, we're all trying to wrap up our best ball manias right now. A lot of us didn't necessarily plan things out. After this one, I'm going to have 18 stream drafts left to do. So a lot of time to wrap them up. There's not much time to wrap them up, rather.
Yeah. Man, down to 18. I think I've got 75 drafts done. So I'm not going to finish. I don't know if I may mass enter a bunch of slows, but it's just, I don't like the mass entering the slows right at the end. I mean, I'll do it sometimes, but you get the shorter clock and everything. So
I would not recommend that. I would not recommend doing just for your sanity and mental health. I mean,
that's why I haven't done it. That's why I didn't do it last year. My thought is I'll probably do 10, and then otherwise as many more lives as I can get done. Like I'll just take those.
Yeah. All right. We are drafting at 8 here.
Nice.
So it was a very good draft slot.
Yeah,
feeling good. I mean, I would love to get McCaffrey here. Potentially, we're not going to get him though. You all right? Take your pick, Dwain. Nico, Neighbors, Puka, St. Brown, BTJ, any of them.
This is a tier. So the way I do this when I am hanging out with people, like take the one that you want more exposure to. That like I know you're trying to balance your portfolios. Like this is a tier of players.
It is. Yeah.
People still struggle to understand tiers. You put your tiers out, and it's got like 5 people in it. Like, you can't have the guy at the top of this tier. And I'm like, guy, this is a tier. I'm telling you it's a tier. So if you want the guy that I have at 5 in the tier to be 1 in the tier,
take whoever you want, brother.
That's up to you. That's why I make the tier.
That's why the tier exists. You would think it would be an
similar range of outcomes.
Yeah. You would think it would be an easy concept, but it really doesn't.
People get so hung up on it. Like, dude, how can you have CMC higher than Saquon Barkley in your tier?
That's crazy.
2 months ago. Yeah. And I'm like, man, just because he catches a ton of balls, man. I'm not saying you can't take Saquon. Like, they're still all in the same tier. My main point I'm trying to make when I made it is CMC's in it, and I put him ahead of Saquon, honestly, to make you think about it. Because you really need to check your priors on it.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude, truth serum, like CMC probably should be the first player drafted, but we're all scared.
I've drafted the ton, dude. Man, I miss those. And this is why you should draft all windows. We were getting him in round 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I was taking him every single draft because for another project at work, I had to do week 1 projections. It's kind of silly, but I had to do them in like May.
Oh, that's
it's kind of a fool's errand, but at the same time, like when you do it, and I get it, we also don't want to just look at week 1, but it was like
it's instructive.
CMC, yeah, because it's basically like, well, if CMC's healthy,
London, Bowers, Chase Brown, or Bucky, anyone you want, really.
I say Drake London.
All right, I kind of struggle with Drake London actually, so.
It's a group of guys there that I like, but yeah, I like the other guys too.
So what I struggle with London actually is not even really so much about his ability or anything like that. It's actually a little bit more about what do we think the passing volume is going to be like? Because like if I'm taking a guy with the more limited passing volume, I would much prefer AJ Brown, and AJ Brown went ahead of him in this one. But in my redraft stuff, I have AJ Brown ranked ahead of Drake London. Same tier.
I think the Falcons defense is going to have to take massive steps for them to really be this super run heavy offense. We don't have a quarterback that scrambles honestly almost at all. So we don't really have to worry about dropbacks turning into actual run plays like we do with some of these other run heavy teams. I'm not saying Penix couldn't do it a little more. I mean, he's still a young player, like, so he can scramble a little bit more, but it's not like going to be like a key component to his game. So I think the Falcons could actually end up in a lot of shootouts. And I feel like Drake London is a near lock for 150 targets. And I think that they could be higher value targets from Penix. I think the thing that worries me the most with London is if Penix is a bust. The thing with Penix though, is like, he's got like this JMO YOLO side to his game. So even if he sucks, I don't worry too much about it. And if it's a complete disaster, assuming they don't trade him, like I know Kirk Cousins can step in, and I mean, I know Kirk Cousins wasn't great last year, but like it's not the worst thing ever.
Honestly, I have traded or waived Kirk Cousins in my head so many times. I guess I kind of just forget that he is.
It's still fine as a backup QB for your QB1 if you're depending on Drake London.
I mean, that's great. How is he the Falcons' backup quarterback on August 27th? That's nuts. That's just absolutely wild.
Is stupid. That's why.
Yeah. All right, we're up. Marvin Harrison,
Kyren. Round 2. We're getting aggressive. You can tell we're drafting.
We're getting aggressive. We're drafting in August, brother. You tell me. You like Kyren?
Yeah, sorry. Scroll up.
We're up.
Yeah,
we're at the top.
Oh, okay, we're at the top. Yeah, I'm fine with Kyren. Like, I'm not clicking him a lot, but I'm fine with getting a running back here.
I am
kind of got to take your medicine. I'm hoping Treveyon Henderson's coming back to us in round 4.
Oh, I would have taken Treveyon Henderson there, actually.
Oh, we should have just done it. Well, so okay. I mean, Treveyon's my most drafted running back, but I was going to say this leaves the door open for Treveyon. I was going to say Kittle, who just went. It leaves the door open for the dual threat quarterbacks that can fall as well, which are honestly like slam dunk picks in round 4. Like you're getting 22 fantasy points per game, like from these guys. So round 4 actually is like, I think, a great spot. Like you can see, yeah, we're in a slappy draft. We got Xavier Worthy, who I love, but going round 3.
Well, Peter is doing this. Peter took Xavier Worthy there to tilt me, because he knows I want. I don't think this is true. I don't think it's official 6 games for Rashee Rice. There was just that report that Rashee Rice that Schefter just said about Rashee. Oh, here we go.
Albert Breer had it at 6.
Here we go. It's this is official. This is done. It's done. Is accepting and will serve a 6-game suspension to start.
That's what I had to project that. Yes, done.
Wow. All right. So there we go. That's clarity.
All right. So we get Treveyon Henderson if it doesn't go here.
Come on, third eye blind.
There we go.
Bang. Send it in.
On brand, baby.
Horses.
Let's do it. Love it. Yeah, Treveyon, man. Somebody's going to have to stop me. I'm going to go broke. If he gets hurt, I'm going to be very
I'm fully with you. Couldn't be more with you. Have moved him up my rankings this whole entire time.
My whole goal with Treveyon has been to stay ahead of ADP all the way.
Yes, I love it. I love to see it. Give me your elevator pitch. I know why I like him, but I would love to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Oh, well, I mean, he's got the skill set we want on an offense that has no playmakers. I mean, so they're going to center a lot around him. I have him. Here's the beauty. I haven't projected splitting the role with Ramondre because the way our projection model handles it. I'm pretty sober-minded about median projections because we have a floor and a ceiling model that really handles like the other sides of it. And when you look at Treveyon's ceiling in a PPR, it's 20.5 points per game in a split backfield, just based on the variance that can happen in receiving yards, receiving touchdowns, rushing yards, rushing touchdowns, receptions based off of the baseline I have. But that doesn't count Treveyon just taking over by like week 8, 60% of the rushing workload. And if I were to put that in there, it would actually break. Now, I know we're playing half PPR. I just don't happen to have that actually pulled up in front of me. But I think the other thing is that people get a little twisted on Treveyon and even RJ Harvey about, man, he's just not going to have the full-time role. Just guys, remember, Alvin Kamara didn't have a full-time role as a rookie. What did he do? He was a top 6 running back. Jamar Gibbs split a workload as a rookie, was awesome. Devon Achane split a workload as a rookie, was awesome. So I think even if he stays in a split backfield all year with Ramondre Stevenson, I think with Treveyon, you're still getting something you're going to like. So his ceiling in half PPR is 19 fantasy points per game, and that's with me projecting a split workload. It's just hard not to like that.
That's a lot of points, fellas.
That's a lot of points.
Don't know if you guys know, but that's more points than 0. All right. We're up in 1 pick. Will not be selecting Rashee Rice, I don't think. Travis Hunter, Alvin Kamara, Emeka Egbuka, RJ Harvey could do a little bit of synergy there with Harvey and Treveyon. What are your thoughts?
I like Harvey, and I do believe here, like the wide receiver is what comes back to you. Unless Travis Hunter.
There's no way we're sneaking Travis Hunter past Peter twice.
No, and I love Travis Hunter, so I'm good with just taking him. Yeah,
there you go.
I think Travis Hunter is one of my most drafted. Treveyon, Travis Hunter, 2 of my most drafted players.
Wow, Dwayne, are you an honorary slappy? I don't know if I knew that.
I just like drafting talented players. If that makes me a slappy, I love drafting stuff that people are afraid of because of like reasons that we can't really predict. Like just give me the players that I think are absolute ballers. And you want to let me have the number 2 pick in the draft, And look how thin they are. Oh yeah, they traded for Tim Patrick today. Whoop!
Good for them.
I mean, yeah. Travis Hunter, I haven't projected at an 80% route participation. He could play 90. He could play 70. Like I tried to middle it. We're reading the tea leaves on this stuff. I think it's hilarious though. It's like number of snaps on defense in practice and the number of snaps on offense does not matter. You know what that guys, you have to, if you're going to play a position, no matter if it's 30% of the time or 40% of the time, you have to practice it enough that the coach trusts to put you on the field at all. So the whole practice report stuff is complete BS around Travis Hunter. What you really care about is what's the coaching staff telling you? What's the general manager telling you? What have we generally heard about how he's getting used on offense during practice when he's out there? And man, dude, the other problem with it, Davis, even if they have this plan, we're like, well, we're going to keep him to 60. Once the genie's out of the bottle, man.
I was going to say, everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth, or in this case, everyone's got a plan until you see Travis Hunter play wide receiver and be like, well, shit, we ain't putting that genie back in the bottle.
I wanted RJ Harvey. Damn
that stinks. I knew
we were I don't like the running backs here after he goes. Like, not in this range, I don't. And
I like Pollard, but the wide receivers are better.
Yeah.
Do you have a strong feeling on Rome, Olave, Diggs, any of these guys?
I'm taking shots on all these guys. So again, I think this one comes down more to like, what does your portfolio look like? I think Rome, the ceiling is still just massive.
I agree with that, and also that gives us another quarterback because we got. Yeah,
Caleb's one of my faves.
That was nice.
Trevor Lawrence is one of my favorite late round quarterbacks this year. Essentially you want guys that can spike in two departments. Obviously Trevor Lawrence can't spike like a Jaden Daniels or Josh Allen in the rushing department, but this is a guy that's run for 20, 25 yards per game. A spike year would look like 35 yards per game and 4 or 5 rushing touchdowns, guys. That means Trevor Lawrence is a guy that could throw for 4,200 yards and rush for 500 and give you 4 rushing touchdowns. Like if he does that, like he's this year's Baker Mayfield. Like he's going to be the guy that's sitting there at QB6. Caleb Williams is the same thing. He already ran for 500 yards last year and didn't even have a rushing touchdown on any of that. So when you look at him and all the additions they've made, mainly the offensive line upgrades, then talking about Ben Johnson and Colston Loveland and, adding Luther Burden, I feel very similar about those two players. Obviously I take Caleb sooner because you have to, but I would love having those two quarterbacks on this team.
All right. What is your official stance now that we know Rashee Rice is suspended? Where do you have him ranked? Do you think he's a target? Do you think he's a fade?
I have not updated since the official came, but I had him projected at 6 games out. And I've got him sitting right around the 60 to 65 mark. And I do. So here's what I think about Rashee Rice. I think it does come down somewhat to your roster construction. And I think if you understand how to navigate that, and how to plan ahead in your draft based on what you've done so far when you take him, I think he can be a really good, pick for you. But if you don't know how to handle that, and then your draft goes wrong, obviously we don't want to be missing a player for 6 games. Did they say if it's at the beginning of the season, since it's done?
Beginning of the season.
Thank God. See that getting rid of that uncertainty, honestly, I think that's a victory. is not having to worry about it happening during all your bye weeks, and say it starts in week 6. That just sucks.
That was the worst case scenario. I think we get.
How about you? Where do you think now on him?
I was thinking just basically kind of where in between Pearsall and Olave, just kind of in that nebulous range.
That's where I have him.
Depending on your construction, depending on just a lot of factors, but I wouldn't say I think he's an extreme target because 6 zeros is a lot. I'm also higher than the market.
I like him more in managed, I think.
Yes.
Than I do best ball.
No, yes. Any of these running backs doing anything for you? Downs back at practice today?
Hand up. I've been drafting some more David Montgomery. I wasn't, but here's the thing. We talk about contingent upside about every running back, except for some reason we don't.
For him,
David Montgomery. Imagine if Jahmyr Gibbs misses 5 games. David Montgomery would be ranked in everybody's top 12 every week that happens. I mean, is he this amazing talent? No, but even if his role reduces some this year, he could still score 8 rushing touchdowns, which is going to pay this price off. And if you get 3 to 4 weeks of Jahmyr Gibbs out plus that, this is a smash pick. on an offense that we love, in my opinion. So he's a guy I've rethought. I was not taking any, and I just kind of sitting there one night and I was like, who are some guys I don't have? Like, I was looking at my list of guys that were least drafted and thinking like how it could go wrong. And he's one of them. Like, I was like, I've really just got a bunch of priors on this guy, and it's because I love Jahmyr Gibbs so much. But that doesn't mean that David Montgomery couldn't provide value.
You said it exactly correctly.
Tyler Warren is who I want.
Okay.
I can already tell you.
Hey, yeah, say it. I think this is a slight uptick for Travis Kelce.
Because I'm good with that. If you want Travis Kelce,
no, just speaking structurally, just speaking in general on the Rice thing. I mean, frankly, the biggest winner of this whole debacle is Xavier Worthy, because the team is going to get a chance to look like Andy Reid is going to get a chance to say, what does the offense look like? Here's your role. You excel. We're happy to keep you in it. If you stink, guess what? Rashee will be back in week 7.
I agree. And there goes
Tyler
Kelce.
Warren.
Yep.
Tyler Warren.
Yep.
Send it.
Ask me again.
Send it,
yes.
Tyler Warren. Yeah.
Tyler Warren's my most drafted tight end. So I get it. Don't love Daniel Jones. Don't love Anthony Richardson. But Daniel Jones is at least an accurate quarterback. And the other thing is where Tyler Warren's going to get his targets. 1 to 9 yards, Anthony Richardson, even if he's in, he has a 65% completion rate in that range. Behind the line of scrimmage, 90% completion rate for Anthony Richardson. Those numbers are both, by the way, guys, below the league average. So I'm not saying it's good, but like it's livable. And when I look at Ty Warren, RPOs over the since Shane Steichen has been the head coach for the Indianapolis Colts, they lead the league. 22% of their plays on dropbacks are RPOs. If we look at play action, is in the top 3 in the league. So it's an offense all designed around creating space for playmakers. Tyler Warren is their best playmaker after the catch. I love Josh Downs, right, as a playmaker as well. But when I look at who's going to be working that short underneath stuff that's just designed to then run after the catch, Tyler Warren's going to absolutely get fed. We've already seen that he's going to step right into a full-time role. So I think you're going to see 80-85% routes week 1. And then I honestly, I think Tyler Warren leads the team in targets this year.
I love to hear it. Do I think Tyler Warren is able to out-target Downs overall? Probably. I don't know about targets per route.
It could be close, and it could be close between the 3. We could have 3 guys like right around, 100, targets. One of them would be a little bit less than that, most likely. But, Downs hasn't necessarily been super healthy. Pittman's dealt with some stuff the last couple of years. I just think that Tyler Warren's getting the easy stuff that Daniel Jones is going to want to throw. That
Daniel Jones can throw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And look, it's like Bowers last year. Everybody, I don't want to take Bowers, man. He's got too much target competition and the quarterbacks suck. Now, this is not the same level of prospect as Bowers, but those 2 arguments are still true. I love J.K. Okay. He went. I really like J.K. Dobbins in this range.
I think we could get Dobbins. He did. He did just go. I would toss out.
I don't mind Burden.
Luther Burden to set up a Caleb double.
Okay. Do you want to? The other option is, do you just take Caleb here, or do you think there's enough quarterbacks he makes it back? Like, I'm willing to push it. I push it a lot of times.
Let's take Mooney. Is that fine? ETN? Yep. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm good. And you're setting up a double with London. Didn't at least.
Oh yeah, I didn't even realize that. I don't even like Mooney, but that sucks right there. All right, so we have got Kyron Williams, Treveyon Henderson, David Montgomery, Nico Collins, Drake London, Travis Hunter, Rome Odunze, Darnell Mooney, Tyler Warren. Got it. We have our Daniel Jones stack.
Yeah, and the other thing, like looking at the board, you got 2 of the 4 drafters behind us already have their quarterbacks. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean in best ball, obviously, we see it all the time. Like you need multiple, so people will start taking them. But honestly, when Luther Burden goes off the board like that, it kind of helps, because what you will see down there at that turn is the person will double tap Caleb and Luther Burden together
all the time.
But now that Loveland and Burden have moved up, that drafter on the end doesn't take Caleb Williams as often, because there's nothing left unless you were like into Olamide Zaccheaus. You know what I mean? So I think, we should be in a good spot to still get Caleb with this pick.
Yeah. I guess the 6-game suspension could be good for Hollywood if he has anything left in the tank. I honestly have not that much of an opinion on how much he has left in the tank.
Yeah, I don't. It is really hard to know because
there's just
he's
no
played
knowing
with so many injuries. So look, just what was it, 3 years ago or 4 years ago, we had a pretty good year from him whenever he didn't have DeAndre Hopkins to deal with.
I was going to say he had.
Okay, we took it.
We took it.
Taylor just went in front of us. I was like, oh Jesus.
He had a stretch. His first stretch with the Cardinals before he injured his lower body. He was averaging 19 points a game.
Dude, I know. It was great. It was like a 5-game stretch. It was awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, like a vast amount of the research is going to show that when wide receiver trend lines start to go down, they very rarely come back up. But it doesn't mean he can't have a good 4 games or whatever.
Yeah. And like, to me, I put him in the bucket of, he's going to be out there. He's going to be out there. And then like the second part of that is,
he's going to be out there.
And it's on the Chiefs. So I like that. I like he's going to be out there on the Chiefs better than I like he's going to be out there on the Giants. Right. So it's like, he's a better bet than Darius Slayton, but you also have to pay for it because he's on the Chiefs. And actually, I like Slayton this year. I think Slayton with Russ is probably fine where you're getting him.
I was gonna say it's like where would I draft Darius Slayton on the Chiefs? And I'm like, I don't know, probably right about where Hollywood Brown goes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
maybe about where people are. It's the Tyquan Thornton thing is kind of funny. Like with him I feel like that's essentially okay, Hollywood. If you can't stay healthy, we'll just put him out there as the field stretcher and let everybody else do the stuff underneath.
Yeah, I mean Jalen Royals, I actually think can play a little bit, but he has like a little knee, like a little bothersome thing, which is like a little bit weird. I mean, obviously he should be fine, but I kind of want him to play early in the year just for them to see if there's anything there.
Are you
I don't know.
Are you a Tootin man?
Oh, brother.
That's what I'm thinking here.
I'm scooting.
Unless you want to, I mean, I think it's Tootin or Trevor Lawrence goes pick one.
No,
we're on the way back.
I was gonna say if I sort by my rankings, he's for sure gonna be the.
Well, David Njoku I think is also on the menu, but I would say Njoku and Tootin.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Texans backup running back? Do you have a?
It's Dameon Pierce
there?
Yeah, but again, I could say I could easily be wrong. I mix up Woody Marks as well. Like theoretically, if one of them were to have everything run right for them, the one you would want the most would be Marks because he really is good in the passing game. Yeah. Having said that, I don't think Stroud's really one of those quarterbacks that's super interested in checking down. He seems to be really more the type that, like you should, buy the extra beat of time, try to hit the big play down the field.
Right.
The question really comes down to, can Christian Kirk and Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel be enough out beyond Nico Collins to keep him from wanting to throw the ball more to Marks? Now, I will say Marks is a guy, he's a second level running back. Like he can work against linebackers and stuff. So yes.
Yeah.
I'm loving this draft.
Scootin' tootin'. So the issue with Marks is like my favorite conceptually.
Right. It's conceptual because he catches balls.
Yeah, but he's such a bad interior runner.
Yeah. So that's why I like Dameon Pierce. We're really more back to the scheme he thrived in early in his career. We've had the reports from camp that he is sharing first team reps. He now makes the team. Joe Mixon's now on PUP. There's rumblings that will Joe Mixon even play football this year? So Dameon Pierce has been the name that I've drafted the most, and he's cheaper. Like you can get him later than you have to take Marks. So I've kind of leaned into that, but I've tried to make sure that I am clicking Marks enough that like if it happens, I don't look back and be like, you idiot. Like you should have at least gotten like 5% or something.
See, totally opposite for me. I've been drafting a ton of Marks and just leaving Dameon Pierce for dead. And now I'm like trying to reel that back up because I'm like, well, I don't really want to be betting on Nick Chubb. And so, I feel pretty confident we are not going to see Nick Chubb or Joe Mixon play this year.
I think Ollie Gordon rising this far is kind of interesting. Like I really like Ollie Gordon, but I think there's this massive assumption that he really is the running back too, just because he played good in preseason.
Are we good with Trevor Lawrence?
Yes.
All right, I'll push
Love
back
it.
a little bit on Ollie Gordon being the running back too. For the
Yeah.
Jalen Wright stinks.
Does he? We've seen a very small sample. Jalen Wright was good in college. I mean, he had a terrible offensive line last year. I mean,
well, I didn't like him in college either. I thought he was middle. Did he look good in the supermodel?
He was pretty good, but he's a really good fit for the things that Mike McDaniel likes to do. The way that he likes to get his players to the edges and the way he likes to set up the he's essentially like he's like an Elijah Mitchell. I mean, that's the archetype they were aiming for. Ollie Gordon is Alfred Morris. Like, so they're like two different, stylistic players. I think Jalen Wright, when he hits, probably hits in a bigger way than Ollie Gordon. But, again, Ollie Gordon I'm fine with. But I think round 12 is pretty high for a guy that we know is working. Like, he's not taking Achan's job, period. Like, you need Achan to get hurt. And it could still be Jalen Wright as running back too, or it's a mix between those guys. So I bought a lot of Ollie Gordon about 2 weeks ago, but I'm not saying I won't ever draft him at that round, but I'm just saying we're baking in a shit ton of assumptions with Ollie Gordon. Basically, I think what you have in Ollie Gordon is, and I know they've already said Achan's playing week 1, but we'll see. I think basically your one thing you are getting is you're possibly getting the Dolphins RB1 for like a couple of weeks, which isn't like terrible, but
just not nothing. I guess
he could win the job in that. Like if he plays well, he probably does bury Jalen Wright. So
that's what I'm betting on. I'm betting that he in the time he is on the field in the NFL will just play better than Jalen Wright. I think he's better. Honestly, I think he's better suited to play with a bad offensive line because he's just so big and strong and so capable of running through, non-perfect holes effectively. All right, we are about to be up. I would take Brenton Strange. I don't feel that strongly about it. We probably, we could just get Penix out of the way. What do you think?
I'm fine with getting Penix out of the way. I love Chigo Okonkwo this year. So like if somebody takes Strange, I'm okay. I can live with it.
That's perfect. That's great. Yeah. So we have the Penix double stack. So we have Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, Michael Penix, Kyron Williams, Treveyon Henderson, David Montgomery, Byshell Tootin, Nico Collins, Drake London, Travis Hunter, Roma Dunze, Darnell Mooney, and Tyler Warren. I think this is quite a good
I like
team.
this team. If Brenton Strange comes back, I'm good with it. Who are the running backs that are available?
It's it's not safe for work. Tajay Spears, Nick Chubb, Najee Harris, Rashad White, Jerome Ford, Rico. It's just like the worst. Just like you get to this range and you're just like, my God, man.
I hated the whole Tajay injury, man. I really hated it. Like I was drafting him a ton early on. It's just the archetype thing. It's a guy that can check all the boxes. He can play all the downs, a little bit like undersized, but not massively undersized, can hit the big plays. I think in managed leagues, I'm good with him because you can just throw him on your IR.
You can just throw him on your IR.
Yeah, but over here, I've had to just let it go.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it sucks. It's just like he feels like a guy who's been so snake bitten in his career, Tajay Spears. Just like every time he gets a little bit of positive momentum.
Tesla round 14. That's the earliest I've seen now.
He just went in my first one this morning. He just went in the 11th round.
Oh, strange.
People are getting their guys. I'm happy to take Chiga Okonkwo here. I'm happy to take Hunter Henry here.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
I also like Kyle Williams. Like I just don't think
I like Kyle Williams.
I don't think there's a way Kyle Williams isn't in the starting lineup by week 4 or 5.
Kyle Williams, he's a good route runner, based on what I know, which is what people who know things say.
Yeah, yeah. People that know things tell us that Kyle Williams is really good. But and look, I'm not this huge film grinder, but I love to watch football, so I watch it. I lean into the data and let that kind of steer me to the things I might want to go try to watch on film. Like what is the data telling me the player is potentially good or bad at, and then like say, okay, well, what does it look like when I go watch it? And with Williams, he is one of these players where pretty much every clip you see whether it's practice, whether it's the preseason game when he didn't get the target, but he still cooked his dude. And really his whole scouting profile is really built off of that as well. So I feel like there's a good trend, right, of data that we have with Kyle Williams. And then the other thing I look at is, again, the same thing as Treveyon. Where are the playmakers on this offense? Like, it needs to be these two guys.
They need somebody.
Diggs can help move the chains. I'm not saying Diggs is dead, but Diggs isn't going to be giving you the big plays, guys. I mean, Diggs is he's going to help keep you in, second down and manageable. He's going to help you get that first down on 3rd and 4. But if you're looking for something that unlocks the Patriots offense in a way that we're hoping for, especially since we already took Treveyon Henderson, I think the thesis is Kyle Williams has to be a big part of it, because it's not going to be Kayshon Boutte. It's not going to be freaking Mac Hollins. I mean, he can block his ass off, but he sucks as a receiver. So, Kyle Williams is the bet, in my opinion. Jalen Polk put on IR yesterday, so he's out of the picture. Kyle Williams, man.
I've been waiting to hear a very convincing case for Kyle Williams, and I think that was the most convincing one. Damn.
So Ian and I I know we're doing a real-time sports draft tonight together.
Yes, we are.
Davis,
yeah, I'll be in that.
And you're the 1 hole, I'm the 3 hole, Ian's 5.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, I just looked at it earlier because it filled. So I already told Ian, I said, if you want Treveyon Henderson, I said, you're going to have to reach for him in round, because Ian loves him too. I said, you're going to have to take him in round 2. I said, there's no way that he's going to get him past Davis and me. I said, he probably won't get past Davis. I said, but if he does, there's no way he's getting past me.
At the 2-3, no way am I passing on Treveyon Henderson in a streamed league. Yeah,
so Ian already wrote back. He wrote GDI.
Yeah. So. Yeah. No, they're absolutely. I think in a streamed draft of all my buddies, I think I'd be willing to take Treveyon at like 18 or something. Like, I'd probably just take him ahead of Bucky Irving or whatever in that format. Because that format is just all about having fun. Like that is. Ooh, this is actually a great question. Let's make this pick, and then let's talk about JCM. Dang, Woody Marks I actually thought would have been possible for this one. I do not want Tajay Spears on this team at all. Give me a running back that you like.
I mean, you got Giddens, you got Taj Brooks there.
Giddens is probably the guy.
I'm not looking right now at any of the 17 correlation stuff. You have all that. So
Giddens, Spear. Actually, we have a ton of week 17 correlation with Giddens. So how about that?
There you go.
All right.
Makes it easy.
There we go. Dwayne.
Yeah, with Bill.
Give it to me straight with
So Bill's an interesting prospect because of what happened to him in the last year because of that screwed up rule. That's so wild to me still.
So wild.
I could even come on, guys, like the spirit over the law. Come on. Like, can we get ourselves together? Can we gain our composure? But when you look at him, it makes it, tough to grade him because he comes out, he's this older prospect. We don't have, the combine data, which I don't really, it's in the supermodel for running back. It doesn't matter for wide receiver. Mm-hmm. But whenever you look at his film grades, which I include, so I use Lance Zierlein because he publicly puts his out there and it's not paywalled. So I don't want to give away other people's stuff for free when I write the article. And Lance has had actually like his correlation to future production in the NFL is really strong. Now, a lot of that he'll tell you is tied to he has inside sources. And so he kind of knows where teams are stacking guys on their board. And that obviously can influence his process when he's watching the film. But that came out really strong for him. JCM graded out really well from a film standpoint. So when I look at him, I see a player that like, in high stakes drafts, I think is probably slightly steamed because like he'll go in round 5, especially to like the 0 RB drafter. It's like they'll take their 4 receivers and Jalen Hurts, and it's like JCM, like straight to the bank. And it could work. Like it could work. Make no doubt about it. JCM is why they traded Brian. That's what made them feel confident in trading Brian Robinson Jr. So I kind of fade the Chris Rodriguez stuff, but I know that there is this range of outcomes where it could still be 3 backs. But I could see I could see Bill handling 60% of the workload like right away in week 1. Like we've seen these things before, guys. Go back to James Robinson's rookie year. He had a very similar ascension based on all the things that happened. A lot of people didn't want to buy into it. if you had J Rob that year, like you were plugging him into your flex, and he was massive for your fantasy league. So
Alfred Morris, same team.
Yeah. You had that, and there was oh my God, who was the other? There was another running back that had been on the Saints, as well.
Chris Ivory.
No, it wasn't Chris Ivory. It was one of those guys that was he never ended up being anything, but he was one of those that we all hoped he would be something, and he never was. Oh, look at this. Let's do it. Dame Pierce.
This one's for you, Dwayne. I was about to do Brashard Smith, and I said no.
Yeah, you could have done Brashard Smith. I like him too. I think the cool thing about Dame Pierce is like we could literally get this week 1 reveal that he's actually the starting running back for the Texans. And it's hard to say that about a lot of people that go in this range. Like that's not happening for Taj Brooks. It's not happening for DJ Giddens. It's not happening for Kyle Monungai. It could at some point.
Miles Gaskin, Miles Gaskin.
Miles Gaskin was the same year. Yeah, Miles Gaskin for the Dolphins. That was the same year as James Robinson. Both of those guys ended up being hits. I'm driving myself crazy that I can't remember that other Divine. Anyway,
what team is this?
No, sorry. He was on the Jaguars that year.
Divine Zigbo.
Yes, Zigbo. Thank you. My picker was like going and it was hovering over the file in my head and it like couldn't decide like which one.
Divino Zigbo in that bet. He went to Nebraska. So he got a suit because remember this was 2020. He got a super gnarly case of COVID. Never played football again.
Yeah. And Sean Payton loved him, when they had him in New Orleans.
He was awesome in Nebraska.
Yeah.
He was really, really good. All right. Final pick. We have a 3-6-6-2, probably a wide receiver.
Yeah, I think it's wide receiver or tight end.
You can really just
take Brown. We got Trevor Lawrence.
Man, I'm actually like gonna end up overweight De'Ami Brown, which is just
I probably will be too.
Just sickening stuff, really.
I love all this cut stuff though. So Ian and I did a real-time sports draft like 2 nights ago, and we did hero RB, and we came back. You have to plow the running backs for like 5 rounds. Yeah. Like you just have to like take your medicine. You're like, all right, running back.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, okay, now the running backs are literally all gone. Like Kendre Miller's gone. All these people are gone. And so we circle back to wide receiver, and we're like, all right, we're going to take Troy Franklin. I'm into him this year. So we took him.
Troy Franklin.
Then the next pick was like, all right,
Bailey trade.
We think Tim Patrick's probably cut or traded. So we took Tesla. And then we said, we missed this one. Io Manor. It was like, okay, maybe a cut for Van Jefferson. He sucks. And even if he doesn't get cut, he sucks. So Io Manor would have a shot. And then the other one was we took Jalen Coker. We're like, Adam Thielen's probably getting traded. And then our final pick was Harold Fannin because we were just like, we think Deontay Johnson's getting cut. And if he does, like, who's to say it's not this hybrid role for Fannin, which is playing like slot part of the time, but also getting 12 personnel snaps as well. That might put him at like a 70% route share. So Yahtzee, like we managed to hit. What's funny is I put that tweet out yesterday, and at the end of the day, it looked like a lot of them were going to be wrong. And I tweeted it, and I was like, wrong, Dwayne. I woke up this morning and people were going, no, right. And I was like, all right, cool. Some of that stuff did hit.
All right. Do we think we drafted a good team?
I think we did.
I think we did. So we have Caleb with Rome. We have Penix double stacked with London and Mooney. We have Lawrence with Tootin and with Hunter. Got the bring back with Chig.
We have Lawrence with
Dunn. Or the bring back with Warren. This is pretty good. This is a pretty good.
I agree. Team. Like players that we really liked, and we ended up still getting the correlation. Sometimes it's hard to make those two things go together. So yeah, I like the team.
You're welcome to hang around for another draft, or you're welcome to peace out and let people know what all the cool stuff they can get over on Fantasy Life is.
Yeah, I got to bounce. I got to go update the draft strategy article, which I will have back up for you guys.
He's got to go tell. He's got to go tell everyone what to do with Rashee Rice now.
That's right. So home leagues, I will. I have a setup where I'll show you guys what's happening on ESPN, Yahoo, Sleeper, all of that. I gave you draft guidelines. The first version of it hit last Friday. It was literally #1 if you searched fantasy draft strategy for 2 days. People loved it. So I'm just going to update that article today and tomorrow. Have it back up for everybody on Friday, fantasylife.com. You can check it out completely for free. If you want to sub to fantasylife.com, Davis, you look at the utilization tools, I believe. You get 20% off.
I look at the utilization tool probably every day, truly. I think.
And we've upgraded it. Like, we fixed it. I know we had a couple of things with it that I had to make sure we got ironed out like a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, if you guys want to know who's getting the carries inside the 5-yard line, who's playing the 2-minute offense, who's out there on obvious passing downs, all that kind of stuff is all in the utilization report. And you can get 20% off of that. It's in the tier 2 sub, but you just use the code Dwain, DWAIN.
There you go. Very simple, very easy. Everyone, make sure that you are listening to Dwain's fantasy football content. Make sure you're reading fantasy football content. Make sure you're checking all this stuff over at Fantasy Life. And Dwain, thanks for coming on, man. I really appreciate you,
Davis. Yeah, man. Great draft. Yeah. Later.
All right. Later, everyone. All right. There we go, folks. We are back. We are still remaining in these streets. We just took Jahmyr Gibbs at the 1.5 in this draft. We're going to keep grinding because Pete is streaming at the same time. Sad to see him coming after me like that, but you know what? What can you do, boys? All right. What are we going to do with this one? Jahmyr Gibbs. I got to eat my protein loaf, you know. I don't really have much thoughts on the Falcons losing their right tackle. Isn't he only out for like a month? Oh, come on. Give me Gibbs Bowers, bro. The Nico draft. Dang. Let's do Bucky. Yeah, it's not good, man. Matt, it is not good. What I'm eating right now is not making me happy. Oh, he's out for the season, and Thorne over at ETR dropped their offensive line ranking from 13 to 23. I probably am not doing a primetime this year. I'm doing on Labor Day. I am doing what is it? The Silver Bullet with Michael Leone. Protein loaf is pretty dystopian, brother. It is. But I'm getting sick. I don't know if you guys can tell. So I'm trying to minimize my system. I've got this green juice, celery, cucumber, spinach, romaine lettuce, kale, lemon, and parsley. I meant to finish this before I got on stream, and it's not very good, so I did not finish it. All right. Wow, am I going to get Hampton here? Josh Allen just went at 23. Yeah. Looks like I mean, I guess this is not much, just a slight dipperino. How about that for a very aggressive start? Look at that, dude. Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Amari, and Hampton. Slap me up, brother. Who did Pat's signature legendary running back article get you most hyped or worried about? It got me most hyped about Devin Achane. He outlaid the case for Devin Achane very well, I think, in which it is not required at all for Devin Achane to get a ton of rushes to get there. Devin Achane can have a legendary season with like 190 rushes. I think we could be done at running back here. It's easy to draft hyper-fragile teams when you draft on site credit. Wow, Xavier Worthy at the turn, huh? This guy at the turn went Amon-Ra St. Brown, Derrick Henry, George Kittle, Xavier Worthy. Interesting little start. All right, my protein loaf is gone. I cannot wait to get to have lunch. I got to keep drafting, though. Yes, there is confirmation on Rice 6 games to start the season. It has been officially confirmed. I guess the NFL actually hasn't tweeted it. Does the NFL tweet anything? Let's go Cortland Sutton. I don't know why. Cortland Sutton feels like the high T guy to take here. But Tom Pelissero and Adam Schefter both said it. Someone just drafted George Holani in the 20th of my draft. Well, hey man, he is the wide receiver or the running back 3 of the Seattle Seahawks. There's been worse picks. Tom Pelissero said 6 games to start the season. I draft 11th in a home league and I hate that spot. Top 4. I disagree. I think 11th is probably the best for home leagues. I would have Rashee in like the 60s, like Rashee right around in this range right here, like between 57 and 70, I think seems about right. Liam right now is teaching the future youth of America. Right now, Chess Liam is I don't know if I would trade. I don't think I would trade Mike Urendo for Holani. I don't know. Maybe I would. Wow. Jalen Hurts available in round 5. And Neal's not going to take him. I'm about to take him. These are going to be the worst wide receivers you've ever seen. Bang. Jalen Hurts. Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Amarian Hampton, Caleb Sutton, Cortland Sutton, and Jalen Hurts. Yes, I am doing a managed draft. I'm doing an RT Sports, but we're drafting against each other. We'll be doing separate teams. Wow, I did not know Liam is literally live right now. Liam did not communicate that to me. The most recent DM that I sent to Chess Liam, I said, "Are you at school this week? I have a main Wednesday evening, so out for 5 p.m. ET." He said, "Yeah, I'm okay. No worries. Could do another day post 5 or next week." And I said we could do a high stakes draft. So I had no idea. I would have been happy to stream with Chess Liam. But I didn't know that he was taking time off of chess school. Ooh, I'm gonna really have to figure out wide receiver on this team. I don't know how that is gonna go. Gonna have to avoid auto drafters. That's the thing. When you're really lacking at one position, you really got to avoid auto drafters. And it's not happening. This room has auto drafters. Matthew Golden is the most important man in the world for this team. Golly. And Matthew Golden goes. Just so brutal. All right, I guess Chris Olave is now the most important man in the world. Oh, this team is tough. God. Oh. All right, we are legitimately done. We're done at 4. But I'm not gonna reach here. Well, or do I take Diggs? No, I'm gonna take Diggs. I almost just took Pollard, but that just would have been too thin. Dude, just end it with Horton, Tesla, Coker, and Washington. Easy to draft Malik Washington when you do it with site credit. Well, honestly, I thought there was a chance that Judy came back around. Where did Rashee go in this one? Rashee went at 52. That seems a smidge early. 52 seems a smidgen early. I think I would take... Well, Neil took him too. Neil has no fear. None. De nada. Stuart, is there any big breaking news that we need to be kept abreast of? The Niners have interest in Kendrick Bourne. Isaiah Likely expected to return, quote, in the early part of the season. Cade Otton will miss a little bit of time as he deals with a leg injury. Marquez Valdez-Scantling signed by the 49ers. Audric Estime not signing back with the Broncos practice squad. Rest in peace. Well, yeah, I mean, Coker should be going a lot before pick 180. This team is very Roman Wilson coded. All right. Man, we are just going to have to take... Well, really, actually, any of these wide receivers is fine. Maybe that wasn't played that poorly. Because our running backs are freaking strong. Let's do... Yeah, you know what? Jakobi Meyers, fine. Cortland Sutton, Stephon Diggs, Jakobi Meyers. That's an eat your vegetables ass pick. I have not redone my rankings because I started streaming at 9 o'clock Central Time this morning. Adam Thielen was traded like 16 minutes before I went live. I'm going to guess that I moved Jalen Coker in my rankings to probably 145, probably right about here. Trey Harris, Josh Palmer, Cedric Tillman. Yeah, so I'll move him to 150 or something like that, I would guess. Well, Kevin, you told me Devin Culp, and then you also told me Phil Maffa, and then Phil Maffa went on the IR. You told me I needed to be drafting Phil Maffa. Why'd you do that to me, bro? You said you need to feel Phil, and I said, okay, Kevin, I'll feel Phil. And then he got placed on the designated for return injured reserve. Maffa didn't get cut. It's worse. He didn't get cut. He got placed on IR. That's worse. You'd rather him be cut. Oh man, wide receiver just stinks butt here. And we need a freaking adult. I think there is this interesting thing that happens with these zero. There's this thing that happens where you go, oh, I have this zero wide receiver team. My first wide receiver is Cortland Sutton. Like, I need ceiling. I need Marvin Mims. I need Luther Burden or whatever. But I actually think you need more vegetables. You just need a lot of guys who are capable of just kind of keeping you in it as Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Amari Hampton, and in this case, Jalen Hurts smash for you. I think we're going to get Shaheed coming around. I think so. And actually, the vegetable picks at wide receiver, Sutton, Diggs, Myers, and Pittman, allow us to take some bigger swings later. Like on this team, we'll be able to take like Isaac Tesla, Jalen Royals. See, I think these guys are bad. I think these guys are bad on this build because they just do, like, Dubs and Wandale have no ceiling. Cortland Sutton, Stephon Diggs, Jakobi Meyers, and Michael Pittman Jr. have ceiling. Yes, Tyler's got it right here. You need the veggies first and then the big swings. You don't go big swing then veggies. You don't have your brownie dessert and then go eat your crudité. That ain't how it work, brother. And I want to take Luther Burden more than I want to take Jaden Higgins on this team anyway. And I also kind of wanted a sick tight end on this team, but Tyler Warren went. All right. Well, there you go. Tell me I'm wrong, brother. We got Higgins too. So we are at Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Amari and Hampton as our running backs. Cortland Sutton, Stephon Diggs, Jakobi Meyers, Michael Pittman Jr., Jaden Higgins as our wide receivers, with Jalen Hurts at quarterback. As the kids say, common W. That was for you guys. I'm hyped up on my protein loaf, brother. I was just thinking about crudité. Often thinking about crudité for whatever reason. As a fellow kid, that really made me feel like we can relate. The Browns picked up Rocket Sanders. Well, that is not nothing. I mean, Quinshon Judkins is still not signed. It's August 27th, still not signed. Yeah, Coker stock way up. Easy to get a W when you draft on site credit. Okay, so there's this really funny thing about the basement character in Pete's video, that the sort of person who thinks that's really funny is that person. Like there are absolutely some people who are being like, we need a $1 draft in the lobby, you know, like, who think that's really it's just so funny. It's such a snake eating its own tail little bit of content. All right. Wow, shocker. The leg up rankings want me to select Drake. Okay, because I had it on Pat's rankings. Keenan Allen, easy pick here, and you guys hate it. You're booing. You're all booing. Boo! Keenan Allen, boo! He stinks! Come on, fellas. Keenan Allen, very, very cromulent pick on this team. We've got Stroud live. We've got Daniel Jones live. We've got Geno live. Boo! Boo! They're booing! Boo! How are you going to beat all my Keenan at 190 teams, bro? Because I bet your Keenan at 190 teams don't have Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, and Amari and Hampton, brother. I bet they don't. My thoughts on teams that look exactly like this, but Hampton at 50 and Keenan Allen at 1 whatever is... I will let the market I'll let the market decide that for me. This is the most dust-filled mothball room. It is. Look at these wide receivers. These wide receivers are all 900 years old. Just the oldest, dustiest dust balls. And I'm gonna take Justin Herbert here, I think, probably. Maybe do I take Tootin? Do I allow myself one final treat? I got Geno. I got quarterbacks live. I'll legitimately be done. I'm done at running back. That's it. 4. Hyperfragile. In my opinion, that's a cook. That's a running back room that I can go to war with. And who cares if I get sniped on CJ Stroud? Why is this dude out here taking CJ Stroud in the 120s? That's got nothing to do with me. I legit do not care within reason about players rising. I mean, honestly, Peppertoni, I have no idea if this is true, good. I am inclined to feel the same way about this, that it just doesn't really matter. It might matter, but I don't think it does. I really don't. Like, obviously, if a guy goes from round 18 to round 4 or whatever, but one of the things you learn from like messing out with like Sims and stuff is that there's just no replacement for projected points. Absolutely no replacement in any kind of fantasy sports contest for projected points. Doesn't matter about ownership or whatever. I don't know. I would just need a lot more data to think about it. To be like, okay, well, I'm going to take these guys who are worse. Dang, I didn't even notice that Herbert almost came all the way back around to me. I'm going to keep pushing quarterback too. I'm going to take Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk, great fit, Patriots. Brandon Ayuk at 140 is just a good pick. He's what, my wide receiver 7? Yeah. My team is Jalen Hurts, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Amari Hampton, Byshell Tootin, Cortland Sutton, Stephon Diggs, Jakobi Meyers, Michael Pittman Jr., Jaden Higgins, Keenan Allen, Brandon Ayuk. Perfect type of swing on this sort of team. On this kind of team, you need to be doing things like that, where you are granting that a huge chunk of the time this team is going to lose. Because a huge chunk of the time, trust me, this team is going to lose. I guess we just take Strange. Or maybe I just take Geno here, because it'll be too tilting if I miss. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Because I'm going to take 3 tight ends on this team. Yeah, I'm going to take Geno because I'll just be too annoyed. All right, so there we go. Quarterback done. How did I miss out on Goddard, by the way? Goddard went at 137 as Matt Simg's first tight end. It's probably fine. I don't know. Maybe that was a little bit greedy on Brandon Ayuk. Oh, I wouldn't have had a chance to take him anyways. Maybe the Tootin pick was a little greedy. Like, I suppose if you look at the 2v2 of Brandon Ayuk, what would the 2v2? Brandon Ayuk and Brashard Smith versus Dallas Goedert. No. Byshell Tootin and Brenton Strange versus Brashard Smith and Dallas Goedert. I was watching the top 100 runs of the 2024 NFL season. Most surprising player that popped up a few times was Dameon Pierce. Honestly, I would have guessed no chance. No way, shape, or form would I have ever guessed that Dameon Pierce was in the top 100 runs of the 2024 NFL season. Yeah, honestly, it's probably true. Goddard and Ferg only go early when you want to stack it. You might pass away before you beat the variance for a substantial amount of money, but it is beatable. It's true. It's true. There's no denying that. There you go. Coker 159, Troy Franklin 160. This is the new economy. You better get with it or get lost, fellas. Pierce does have a cool running style. I remember watching. Damn. All right. Well, you've got Hunter Henry at home, so you better learn to enjoy it. This is for sure going to be a 3 tight end team. This might be a Michael Mayer team. Fannin before Strange. Welcome to the new economy, brother. I bet Simba94 knows about legendaryupside.com. I'd bet my bottom dollar he knows about legendaryupside.com. Imagine taking Coker before Liget, dude. That's crazy. Our duck-footed king. I don't know. Can I take Gadsden? Probably not. Probably no Gadsden. This might be is there a better pairing for this dust mothball decrepit room? Is there a better guy to add than Amari Cooper? Just another 97-year-old guy. Gosh. I do hate looking at these wide receiver rooms, but you do want to be building some teams like this. Like something that I made a big mistake about last year was just not only taking the same players over and over again, but just the same structures. Just every week, every draft, the same structure. Like you want to have some elite quarterback, you want to have some elite tight end, you want to have some double elite, you want to have some hero running back, some zero running back. I'm not going to take Mason Taylor for the Week 17 correlation. I'm taking Jacory Ertz because I will probably take a rookie tight end or a really young tight end with one of my final 3 selections. No, the Drafters Reload deposit code does still work, sir. Let me send it to you right now. It's Davis Reload 20 over at Drafters. That'll get anyone in. So if you already have a Drafters account, or if you want to deposit right now, either way, I believe that still works. So it's going to get you a 20% deposit bonus match all the way up to $200 in bonus funds. I would say that is probably the most attractive best ball offer out there right now. And I would encourage you to partake in that. A lot of ways to get EV in drafts, but probably the most plus EV way to do well in your drafts is to get site credits. Easy to draft when you have site credits. I think Malik Washington is like a pretty fine round 18 click right now. Wouldn't say I'm not going insane for it. I'm not drafting him. I'm not drafting him all the time. But yeah, Malik Washington. I liked Malik Washington as a prospect actually, coming out of Virginia. Thought he was pretty strong. Ugh. All right. Could take Mason Taylor now. I don't know why I guess maybe I just have him ranked a little bit too high. I'm going to take Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant all day. Yeah, that was really nice. Pretty gross. It's easy to like Malik Washington as a prospect when Underdog pays you to watch film. Kevin, I need you to grow up. Don't be negatively influencing people like this, dude. Can't have it. I can't have you telling Christian Watson stuff. How many games does Judkins play this year? I don't know. I don't even really have a guess. Sure. I will take Mason Taylor. Sidekick really wants me to take Mason Taylor. There we go. Done. Zero games? I don't know. He's going to play more than zero. Man, I don't know if this is a setting or something I have, but it is so annoying to have to re-log into the dog application. All right, here we go. 14 left, boys. 14 left. Yet to become an employee of the team, it's true. If Cade Otton doesn't play week 1, what will Evans and Igbuka's respective target shares be? I don't know. Really high. Really so high. Higher projection-wise, maybe a 30% target share for Evans, 27% for Igbuka or something. It's crazy. All right, what's our final pick going to be here? Jalen Hurts, Geno Smith, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Amarian Hampton, Byshell Tootin, Cortland Sutton, Stephon Diggs, Jakobi Meyers, Michael Pittman Jr., Jaden Higgins, Keenan Allen, Brandon Ayuk, Pat Bryant, Hunter Henry, Zach Ertz, and Mason Taylor. I don't know, man. What are we going to do? I kind of just want to take Brashard Smith. I'm keeping it real. I'm going to throw up my Watson exposure in the Discord, so become a member today. Is that a threat, Kevin? Did you just threaten? I can't even take Brashard Smith. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't take him. All right, Lestoic wants Malik Washington. Is it true that Rome Odunze had a 38% target share in the preseason? I don't know. I can look it up. Adonai Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell makes sense. Jack Besh makes sense. You know what? We'll do... Actually, oh, come on. The prince who is promised. Keandre Lambert-Smith. You want to scroll the F down for Keandre Lambert-Smith?
Oh, my fucking God.
I'm about it. I'm about it.
This is too good.
Someone slap the Keandre Lambert-Smith button. The first KLS reception, I was like, wow, he is the greatest wide receiver of all time. Is the 9th round too early for KLS? People are asking.
4.37 40 played at Auburn. This is Darius Slayton vibes.
My thesis is at least not that he is Jerry Rice's kid. People are asking. All right. The team was Jalen Hurts, Geno Smith, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Amarian Hampton, Byshell Tootin, Cortland Sutton, Stephon Diggs, Jakobi Meyers, Michael Pittman Jr., Jaden Higgins, Keenan Allen, Brandon Ayuk, Pat Bryant, Keandre Lambert-Smith, Hunter Henry, Zach Ertz, and Mason Taylor, right into a Bijan Robinson draft. You simply love to see it, fellas. I was like, wow. Easy to say that about Keandre Lambert-Smith when you draft him with site credits. I think in terms of like a true 0 RB plane landed team, I think that was pretty freaking good. I feel pretty good about the work that we just put on the board. Yeah, I think that Sean Tucker on that squad with Keandre Lambert-Smith over Bucky could have been fine as well. He did have a 38% target share, but in the one drive with the starters of the last game, not the whole preseason with the starters. Makes sense. Is Brian Robinson Jr. worth a pick if he drops to the 120s or lower? I don't really like Brian Robinson Jr., but how bad can he be there? It's probably fine, right? We'll go to, I kind of forgot the timestamp for the last draft. Best Ball Mania draft begins again. We got this timestamp at 3:13. Sure. Bada bing, bada boom. Don't you think it was a bit auspicious that Keandre Lambert-Smith started his career in the Hall of Fame game? It's not about loving B-Rob. It's about hating CMC. Who hates CMC, bro? How could you? He's a nice guy. A handsome, kind young man, Christian McCaffrey is. I could never hate Christian McCaffrey. I love you too, Brandon. I have both Rice and Addison, so I'm thinking I might have to sack 3 weeks. Who are some targets I can look at that are more long-term plays? I mean, I would try and trade Addison for like Jakobi Meyers. Even like Michael Pittman Jr., honestly, if you've got them both. All right. Got gifted a little Dipperino here with Bajan. I would rather have Tootin. I don't even know how close it is. Because Bigsby or ETN could get moved at any given time. And if Bigsby or ETN gets moved, like, let's say during this stream, Tank Bigsby gets traded. Frick, man, they never, ever, ever give me the cool start with Bowers. I'm taking Josh Jacobs. I'm leaning into it. I kind of like the way that last team went. I like that super hypo fragile one. It's kind of fun to do some teams like that every so often. Not a ton, but every so often. And I'm very light on Josh Jacobs, relatively speaking. And maybe T. Higgins gets pushed back around. I mean, he's probably just going to get snapped by the Jamar Chase drafter here. All right. Tyreek goes. Damn, T goes. Okay. Yes. Let's go Trey McBride. Let's do so. The last time we did elite quarterback with this start, we'll do Bijan Robinson, Josh Jacobs, and Trey McBride. On the last, really did upside. Do you need to take more upside ones to pair with the olds? I mean, I took what, 3 rookies? Took KLS. I took Jaden Higgins, and wasn't there one other young one? The fact of the matter is you don't want to take too many guys with that wide of a range of outcomes. Like we do like to take guys with just very steady projectable volume to some degree. I know that's like a dirty word amongst the slappies. You don't want to admit that you actually want some stable, dependable volume. But some stable and dependable volume is good, particularly when you are at a position like you know beyond a shadow of a doubt you are going to be weak at wide receiver. I do not believe Juwan Jennings is practicing yet. Do you think Kelsey moves up 1 round or maybe more? I don't think Kelsey will move much at all. I do think we'll see a little bit of upward movement for Hollywood Brown. Just a smidge. A stable and dependable dad, right-wing seal of approval. You know, that's what I'm here to do, brother. I am here to be stable and certain. You know? You can always count on me to be live longer and more often than everyone else in the fantasy football internet. You guys think there are people who are taking a lot of Rashee Rice in the Eliminator who are just like stone dead right now? I have a bad feeling that some of our friends probably got killed in the damn Xavier Worthy. I'm just never gonna get Xavier Worthy anymore, dude. The internet does not want me to have fancy Chris Hogan. And I can't. There's no reason to take. Jalen Hurts would be ridiculous here. All right, I'll take Courtland Sutton again. Bo Nix. I've got Xavier Worthy ranked way ahead of ADP. They just, I guess I'll have to move him up even further. When I get done with the stream today, I owe all the boys over at patreon.com/DavisMattic a rankings update. I meant to do dynasty rankings today too, but I have a lot of drafts to complete. More drafts than I really intended. I'm at what? 13 Best Ball Manias left to complete. I will never forgive Reeves for that. I know I won't. Let's go. All right, dude, the buy wall. I'm taking Brees. I don't care. You're not going to scare me. Elijah Mitchell did not get cut, bro. Elijah Mitchell did not get cut.
You might be a slappy.
Well, you might be a slappy if you cite Treveyon Henderson as a reason to not take the big dog. If you've ever drafted Genty and Hampton as your running back 1 and your running back 2,
you might be a slappy. If you've ever drafted Jalen Warren and Miles Sanders together, you might be a slappy. If you have even conceived of the fan and bet, you might be a slappy.
Yeehaw!
The Brees Hall buy wall, people are saying. I mean, I'm buying the Dolphins. I'm buying Ollie Gordon. I'm buying Jalen Waddle. The only one that I'm not like enthusiastically in on is Tyreek Hill. And that's just a cost thing. You know, when you take Tyreek Hill, you're taking him sometimes over T. Higgins. You're taking him sometimes over Trey McBride, over Josh Allen, over Lamar Jackson, Mike Evans. It's hard. Waller, I think you could take Waller. I don't think Darren Waller is definitely not a bad pick. When Darren Waller last played in the National Football League, he was not as bad as you remember. He was like he was tied for 11th with amongst all tight ends in yards per route run. It's not that bad. Could be worse. Man, we are so far behind an 8-ball here. And this is what you don't want. You don't want to be in an Avalanche room where Jordan Addison goes at 66 when you are doing an all-in running back build. The Dolphins, I don't know. Are the Dolphins imploding, bro? I don't know. They could be. The vibes, I'll say this. The vibes don't seem very good. Oh, God. All right. Jerry Jeudy. Some Jerry Jeudy vegetables for me right now. I feel like Shane Steichen is so much more of a favorite to be the first coach fired. The 6 hole is doing my strategy with better wide receivers. Yeah, 6 hole is cooking me right now. Well, the 6 hole didn't have a chance to take 5th round Brees Hall, which I will continue to do. Jakobi Meyers again. Man, this is the wide receiver team that you show that you're a right wing slap. To get into the right wing slap database, you have to have a team that has Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, and Jakobi Meyers on it. And if you've never drafted a team with those players, straight to jail. Well, you just don't get to be in the club. You don't get to be in the right wing slappy club. You have to go back to where you came from. It's a good point. The market is in some degree pricing in the Dolphins imploding. Last year, it was obvious the Saints were going to be terrible, and Olave was still a second rounder. All right, Mike Clay projection on Jerry Jeudy. All right, coming up. Mike Clay. Oh, I got to go pull it up on the other tab first. Mike Clay 2025 NFL projections. I'm going to guess this is just an absurd volume projection. All right, he's got 8 games for Flacco, 5 for Gabriel, 4 for Shedeur. And he has Mr. Jeudy projected for 144 targets, 90 receptions, 1,189 yards with only 4 tuds. Harold Fannin Jr. projected for 34 targets. Very funny. I don't know. It's good. It's good if you draft him in fantasy. You'd rather him be suspended and you'd rather the suspension be clear. But it's not good to not be able to play in 6 games of the NFL season. People, normally when people say people forget, they do. Or they didn't actually forget. But people did actually forget about the 2024 New Orleans Saints. The 2024 New Orleans Saints scored 47 points, favored against the Eagles. They had 379 yards on offense, 432 yards on offense. They were crushing it. So people do actually forget. I think Sampson is pretty clearly ahead of Jerome Ford. I don't know. That's the way I would be reading the tea leaves. I would think that Dylan Sampson is well ahead of Jerome Ford right now. Jerome Ford is just not a very good player. I take Jerome Ford sometimes, but I am not anticipating him being the guy who really contributes a ton of points. I'm taking Luther Burden. Let's get your guy season, dude. Yes, in another tab, I am making sure I'm not going to time out in any of my slow drafts. 21.5 rushing yards for Bill week 1 versus the New York Football Giants on the Pick'ems. Send it higher, dude. Send it higher. If I had to start one of Sampson or Ford in week 1, I'd be starting Dylan Sampson. Be open to changing my mind with new information. But that's the way I would conceive of it. Now, do I take... Am I down bad enough? Oh. This is all day. This is Rashid Shaheed all day. Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Jakobi Meyers, Luther Burden, Rashid Shaheed. And I'm going to force the room to do something shitty to me. Because I couldn't take Kyler Murray. I guess I could have taken Bill there or Jalen Warren or whatever. How would you cheat in best ball? What does that even mean? How would you cheat? Addison as my wide receiver 5. Would you float a trade for Rashee Rice now that he's 2x the suspension? I mean, yeah, I would rather have Rashee Rice on my fantasy team than Jordan Addison because I think Rashee Rice will score more points than Jordan Addison. For sure. No, not for sure. But yeah, if I had to guess, Rashee Rice will add more points to a given fantasy team than Jordan Addison will. The Adam Thielen trade is not great for Jordan Addison. I guess let me go look up Jordan Addison's slot rates. Like, Adam Thielen is still a target earner. I know that feels insane, but he actually is. All right, Jordan Addison receiving data from last year. Jordan Addison last season ran 30% of his routes from the slot, 69% out wide. Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen ran 74% of his routes from the slot, 25% out wide. Adam Thielen last year, 1.78 yards per route run. Jordan Addison last season, 1.64 yards per route run. Better yards per route run. That's crazy, dude. Adam Thielen, better yards per route run last year than Jordan Addison. Yeah, if you did that, your account would get shut down immediately. You'd get kicked off the site and the draft would get thrown out. Oh, Dink Piece is in this room. How about this? I'm drafting next to my friend the Dink Piece. Yeah, you take Keenan Allen, Drew. Caleb Williams, bang. Yes, you are correct that someone does not manually sit there and watch all the drafts. There is a relatively sophisticated tracking software that tracks all the drafts. I just texted Drew and I told him I'm going to snipe him on Kyle Monangai. I believe that BBMDB will be providing the data again. I can't confirm because I don't know Paul that well, but I believe so. Ayuk, Palmer, God, what do I do? Yeah, I'm just going to take Ayuk again, I think. Yeah, had to do it. Adam Thielen is forever. I cannot believe what I'm looking at. I'm double checking this route run stuff. Okay. Jordan Addison, 2024, 100 targets, 603 routes, 1.64 yards per route run. Adam Thielen, 2024, 61 targets, 319 routes, 2.06 yards per route run. I lied. It was even better than I thought. That's crazy. I got to tweet that. That's so good. Adam Thielen, age 35, 2024 yards per route run, 2.04. Jordan Addison, 2024 yards per route run. Don't let the libs find this one, brother. Receiving 1.64. Crazy. That quote on Kate Otten did not seem clear to me. Did you guys see this on Kate Otten? I just was a little bit unclear what this meant when he said Todd Bowles said, I gotta go find it. He said he's going to miss a little bit of time, but it was unclear if that meant he was going to miss a little bit of regular season time or a little bit of practice time. I still don't know the answer to that sitting there right now. I'm guessing it meant practice time, but it's not particularly good if it's regular season time. Thielen definitely a better backstack than Ty Felton. Remember Ty Felton? Sad to have existed that. Yeah, Igbokwe is gonna if Cade Otton misses, it's all wheels up for Igbokwe. It's so unbelievably pure for Emeka Igbokwe. That's why I think you can keep chasing him up the board, honestly. I mean, where did he go in this one? Emeka Igbokwe went at 57. I mean, can you take Igbokwe ahead of Waddle? Probably. Can you take him I don't know. Like he could probably be a 4th round pick. I don't know. What do I know? Cade Otton leg is dealing with a different leg injury than the hamstring injury he dealt with earlier in camp. His status for week 1 is in question. Okay. Good to know. I feel like this is a Dipperino on Herbert. Small Dipperino on Herbert. No, actually a decent sized Dipperino on Herbert. Man, do I have a good pairing partner, a stack partner, or as Chad Candles' his home league would say, boy, do I have a good double points partner. That is what Chad Candles' home league calls stacking. Double points. Yes, if Cade Otton misses, I'm going to have to eat my words against Nick P., who said that Emeka Igbokwe is going to get 150 targets. All right, we're 1 pick away. Again, still just a real need at wide receiver. All right, Dwayne told me Kyle Williams is a playmaker. We've got some week 17 correlation. Send it, Kyle. Do you guys like this wide receiver room a little bit better than the last one? A little bit younger. Added Burden, added Shaheed, added Kyle Williams. In fact, this one could need some more veggies, honestly. Oh no, my headphones are gonna die, bro. Can't have that. Imagine your headphones dying in the middle of a stream. So unprofessional. All right, he likes it. Beast of Burden likes it. He says we're back in. Kyle Williams is my most drafted wide receiver. I do not have that degree of confidence. That it feels like a messy spot. I also never got fully convinced on Kyle Williams as a prospect. Like I thought Kyle Williams was a good prospect. It's a weird prospect profile because it's one of those things that a lot of the COVID guys, man. I did take Herbert to justify KLS later. Week 17 early over-unders has Cowboys and Commanders as the highest game total. Yeah, I like that. Tesla is going very high in the drafts I've done today. This has kind of been the price on Tesla today. I don't know if I'm going to get him. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get him that high in the rankings. I guess it's possible. What do you mean? What do you mean, Big Mike? Who is Big Mike? Are you saying Mike Williams? The retired guy? Or Mike Evans? I think Mike Evans is what did Rotopat say? The target cliff. Mike Evans has passed the target cliff. We have reached the ceiling on how often Mike Evans can be targeted in a normal football game. Are there any updates on Jalen McMillan? Yeah, he's going to be out for a long time. He's got a bad neck injury. He's on the IR. I am not particularly expecting him to return to football this year. Wow, I didn't realize I did the double week 5 buys. So that is not great. Dang. Okay. Let's do Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle should be on the field in week 5. I mean, Mike Evans, what is Mike Evans' target ceiling in his career? So Mike Evans is 30 years old. Is he older than 30? Mike Evans has maxed out in his career at 173 targets in 2016. All right, I do probably need another running back on this team, actually. I don't know. I don't think 4 is going to cut it. Yeah, I don't think 4 is going to cut it, and I can get away with this grouping I've got here, so I'm going to take Keaton Missile. So Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, Bijan Robinson, Josh Jacobs, Breece Hall, Rico Dowdle, Keaton Missile, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Jakobi Meyers, Luther Burden, Rashid Shaheed, Brandon Ayuk, Kyle Williams, and Trey McBride. Wow, Carson Steele is back on the practice squad. Shout out. They are saying it's good to get the best running back in the NFL on your team. Do you guys think that Mike Evans has a target cliff, or am I wrong? I'm arguing with Sammy Reed right now because we got snapped. We got sniped on George Pickens in our draft, and he's tilting. Am I the only person over the age of 30 that kind of laughs when people bring up age and fall off? I mean, I don't know, man. I wouldn't say I'm in like great shape, but I would say it's a lot harder to be in shape as a 30-year-old than I am right now. Ben Johnson on the First Sports Show said the Bears will break the record for most laterals in a season. Expects them to generate explosives. Are laterals good? Like, would you think an offense built around laterals would be good? I don't know if I like that. Laterals are very good for DFS teams against them. That's true. Insanely good. So if it was the most Make-A-Wish 1,000 yards. I'm not taking Mason Taylor this time. Keandre Lambert-Smith. If only there was some sort of video. You want to scroll the F down for Keandre Lambert-Smith.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm about it. I'm about it.
This is too good.
Someone slap the Keandre Lambert-Smith button. The first KLS reception, I was like, wow, he is the greatest wide receiver of all time. Is the 9th round too early for KLS? People are asking.
4.37 40 played at Auburn. This is Darius Slayton vibes.
My thesis is at least not that he is Jerry Rice's kid. He is not Jerry Rice's kid. He sure isn't. Dang, there's no... I'm just assuming Fannin has been gone. Oh, no, Fannin is available. The Fannin bet. The Fannin bet. Bang. Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, Bijan Robinson, Josh Jacobs, Breece Hall, Rico Dowdle, Keaton Missile, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Jakobi Meyers, Luther Burden, Rashid Shaheed, Brandon Ayuk, Kyle Williams, Keandre Lambert-Smith, Trey McBride, and Harold Fannin. What do we think? Harold Fannin, duck, duck, quack, quack. I found out about Fannin from one of Tuttle's pick'ems last season on the Swolecast and never looked back. I think Amari Cooper's probably draftable. Oh, look, we are going to be 1.6 in this one. Maybe we get a Justin Jefferson team. Maybe we do a hardcore hero running back team or something. This whole room decided to randomly give Team 6 all the best picks. McCaffrey, Chase Brown, Lamar, Worthy, Flowers, Olave, Shakir, Coleman. Oh, that's gross. This team stinks. Yeah, that team stinks. I disagree. CEH is on the Chiefs practice squad. Here we go, boys. Oh, a Jahmyr Gibbs at 6. Wow. Wow. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. All right, I got to pull this tweet up. CEH back on the Chiefs. CEH Chiefs. Wow, he is. He's signed to the Chiefs practice squad. I have Genty ahead of Henry in full PPR. What do you guys think? I can't really come up with much of a reason to downgrade Genty. He has no serious handcuff. I think the offensive line, I expect them to be okay. Brandon Thorne has them relatively high. I think Chip Kelly is a good offensive coordinator. They get to play a bunch of their games in a dome. I think he's going to catch passes. So need your opinion on smashing an early draft but having one bad pick. I don't know. I think the guy who won Best Ball Mania last year had like 3 like stone cold zeros on his roster. The fact of the matter is, Rabona King, is that I cannot see the future. All right. Wow, Gibbs Bowers, don't mind if I do. Final pick in this draft. Final pick in this draft.
We're going to take Jalen Royals, brother.
All right, recapping this team. Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, Bijan Robinson, Josh Jacobs, Breece Hall, Rico Dowdle, Keaton Mitchell, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Jakobi Meyers, Luther Burden, Rashid Shaheed, Brandon Ayuk, Kyle Williams, Keandre Lambert-Smith, Jalen Royals, Trey McBride, and Harold Fannin Jr. Me, frankly, I do love to see it. Yeah, Gibbs' team is slurping. Yeah, he had Pacheco. He drafted literally one of the worst picks on the board last year, Isaiah Pacheco. Not that he was bad at the time, but just like in the results, it was terrible. He had he had Robinson. Did not score. The market refuses to acknowledge Blake Corum League winner season. All right, what am I going to do here? Am I going to draft another team that's terrible at wide receiver? I'd like to actually get a fine wide receiver on this team. Maybe a JSN team. JSN is going to move up in my next rankings update. Probably a decent, not too much. You guys don't want JSN? No JSN? Puppy winner had ETN. There you go. There you go, man. Multiple ways to skin a cat. Sorry, guys. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jahmyr Gibbs, JSN, Brock Bowers. Say less. Say less or say more. You never heard that phrase before, Adam? You ever heard the phrase, there are multiple ways to skin a cat? First time? Wow, a new Bryson DeChambeau video. Can I break 50 with Jason Kidd? Marvin Moms. Let's just not skin a cat. Guys, I need you to know I did not make this up. This is well-worn territory. This is out there in the ether, in the universe. This is an old phrase. More ways to skin a cat. The saying is a proverb, which is a short, common saying or phrase that particularly gives advice or shares a universal truth. It's probably like 2,000 years old. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth when Jacory Croskey-Merritt is available on the 4 or 5 turn. Again, Alexander, you know ball.
Easy to not care about bye weeks when you're drafting on site credit.
Do I do Jaden Daniels here? Yeah, dude. Double elites.
Elite quarterback, elite tight end. Say less, dude. Easy to do shitty roster construction when you draft on site credit.
Jahmyr, so I have the running back 1, I have the tight end 1, I have the 4th highest scoring wide receiver, and I have the QB 1. I'm going to get Deebo Samuel at pick 67. We're cruising right now, dude. We're cruising. I mean, I probably should have just taken Jameson Williams. But it seems like my era of getting Xavier Worthy is over. I'm not taking Debo at 54. Dude, wow. When's the last time you guys actually saw Joe Burrow go with the 4-5 turn? When is the last time you guys truly saw Joe Burrow just go with the 4-5 turn? Well, I'm drafting next to a best ball Twitter legend, Eagles. Dude, they're gonna make me do this again. They're doing it again. I'm taking Breece Hall here. This is insane. This is a crazy fall. I can't. I'm doing it, dude. Pick 54 for Breece Hall. This is Breece Hall. Am I gonna end up with 30% of Breece Hall in BBM? Where does Establish the Run have Breece Hall ranked? Best ball rankings. ETR has Breece. They have him ranked at 53. Okay. All right. All right. Harbs, who knows some things, says Breece is dust. He is in the club alcoholing every night, but he was also in the club alcoholing every night last year. So we've got Gibbs, Bowers, JSN, Jaden Daniels, and Breece Hall. See, now we're getting Debo. It worked out. Manly Moose said I was going to have to take him here. Jaden Daniels, Jahmyr Gibbs, Breece Hall, JSN, Deebo Samuel, Brock Bowers, and we are just going to frickin' rip it. Yeah, this team is actually good, but we're going to be thin at wide receiver. Would I start McMillan? I don't know who any of these players are. Jalen McMillan? I wouldn't. Oh, I would start Tedroy McMillan.
Easy to slurp the Bryce Dipperino on site credit.
It is, actually, honestly. It's really easy. Yeah. Because the only thing that matters is advancing. Gotta advance so that people on X, the Everything app, think I'm good at fantasy football. So this was really good for me getting a wide receiver follow. David Montgomery goes, Jordan Mason goes, Laporta goes. Damn, Judy goes. Oh man, I don't want to take Jakobi Meyers for like the night, and I don't want to take that many Jakobi Meyers. I don't want to take that many. Okay, Jakobi Meyers goes. Myers and Bowers I like together sometimes. Let's do... I'm going to take Jaden Reed on this one, if it's possible. This feels like a team that needs a little bit of his ceiling. Yeah, Jaden Reed. Give me a couple 30-point weeks there, Jaden.
Easy to enjoy the Dipperino on a running back who's going to have 7 fewer touchdowns than Isaiah Pacheco.
Javon Baker officially released. I mean, Tutu Atwell is definitely going to play more than Whittington because his role is so secured. Atwell is just a good deep threat wide receiver. But Whittington will play the same role that he played last year, basically, where like Jordan Whittington is a handcuff wide receiver. Yeah, I would say an injury would be a big beneficiary. Yeah, Witt is a double backup, basically. Just like, I don't know, there are worse things to be than a double backup to those guys. Damn, dude, I might need some more protein loaf. I think I would take Isaiah Davis in round 20 sometime. It's, again, I can confirm, very easy to draft a 155-pound wide receiver on site credit. Oh, having to take a Buffalo wide receiver. Just a fate worse than death. Speaking of my shirt, I'm not wearing a wire. How would you cheat? Oh, okay. God. I keep drafting the same team. I want to look at something different. You know what? Double Seattle. I just want to see something different. Oh, shit. Damn, Joey. You're right. God, I needed to take a second there. I would crush a middle school team from Taylor. My 7th, 8th grade coach used to jump in at running back when the defense was lacking. He would absolutely truck us. No pads, no helmet. Just truck stick. Let's go. Hell yeah, Taylor. Man, I just took Cooper Kupp at 91 for no reason. No reason at all. Sad. Nothing ever happens. Dude, you're just drafting on site credit. Just push the plane. Yes, I'm not in like, I don't know what, like Jenks High School or whatever, not the number one high school. Like I'm not gonna run for 400 yards. Dude, Dalton Kincaid. All right, someone made a worse pick than me. This dude just took Dalton Kincaid at 99. More like Cooper suck, dude. It is. The reason I took Cooper is to correlate him to round 13 Coker. Oh, dude, this JCM pick is going to hit like frickin' crack. This guy better not do it. Wordzich better not do it. Bang. Jacory, Croskey-Merritt. Goodness gracious, that felt good. I'm just a slappy drafter, baby. Listen to Davis Maddock, baby, with me. Inertia is a property of matter. There's nothing like a running back in round 9 with a 21.5 rushing prop. What is Byshell Tootin's week 1 prop? I bet he literally doesn't have one. I've listened to Slappy and the Seals so many times. I mean, honestly, at this point, I would be disappointed if Jacory Croskey-Merritt only does Brian Robinson Jr. numbers. What is JCM's overall draft percentage going to be? I don't know. Let me do that research for you. I can check over on establishtherun.com. I bet it's not that high. I'm taking Darnell Mooney here. Our wide receivers are now JSN, Debo, Jaden Reed, Cooper Kupp, Darnell Mooney. That's pretty good. A little bit of Dipperino there. This is the best team I think we've drafted yet today. According to MichaelLeone.net, Jacory Croskey-Merritt has been drafted 47% of the time up until this point. %, pretty good. Check Ollie. Ollie will be really low. I bet Ollie will be like 30% or something. Because I took Ollie Gordon, or I took Jacory Croskey-Merritt a couple times before he was even a glint in the eye of the Best Ball Mania, of the Best Ball Cabal. Ollie Gordon, estimated ownership 26.1%. Check Fannin. Harold Fannin Jr., estimated ownership 23.44%. Pretty interesting. All right. What do we do here? We have a 1-3-5-1. I'll probably take Ertz as my second tight end. Oh, Byshell Tootin would have been awful nice on this team. I need to. I just need to remove Joe Mixon from my rankings. Jaden Blue would be a good pick on this team. I'm not taking Brandon Ayuk on this team. Enough of the Brandon Ayuk. I guess honestly, Ramondre is not a bad fit for this team. Is it a Dipperino at all? No, it's exactly at ADP, which I don't really care about. Jaden Blue, Dylan Sampson. Is there a wide receiver who's even vaguely interesting here? Keenan, Palmer, Hollywood. You know what? We'll go Hollywood, actually. Just a guy to mix in. Honestly, I was incredibly shocked by this too. The Kyle Shanahan just said we brought in Brian Robinson to be our 2. Like they must be really non-enthused with Isaac Urendo. They just must be maybe just really displeased with his effort. I don't know, but I thought that was stunning. Because normally you would say like, oh, you know, Gurendo's been our guy. Gurendo's on the team, yada, yada, so on and so forth. But that is not the way it went. I like Hunter Henry just fine. I wouldn't say Hunter Henry is a huge part of my, I wouldn't say he's a huge part of my thesis or my overall ownership. Maybe not. Maybe I have him more owned than I think. GM, Chris. Yeah, JCM, no receiving prop on DraftKings. Hunter Henry is unseasoned asparagus. Yeah. Yeah, Shanahan will just like literally, Shanahan is the guy who said, I don't even know if we're going to be alive tomorrow. And then when he traded for Brian Robinson Jr., said, we brought him in to be our running back too. That's just insane. It's just like of all the coaches who are unlikely to say that, I feel like he would be top of the list. I don't think Urendo is a 0. Like I would say if you had like no Urendo before, he's fine to mix in now. But I have huge Urendo bags, so I'm not taking him at all right now. Like I'm not interested in him Actually, this is kind of an interesting spot to maybe take Brian Robinson Jr., actually. Do I want it? Do I just take Ertz? Do I take Jordan Love? Sure. You know what? I'll take Jordan Love to stack with Jaden Reed at pick 139. Man, these drafts are just so devoid of fun picks at a certain point. Xavier Leggett thoughts. My thoughts are, I feel like the team believes that Jalen Coker is better than him, and they feel comfortable trading Adam Thielen because they are comfortable starting Jalen Coker. Yeah, B-Rob JCM is probably pretty low combinatorially. I don't know. I mean, I think you get a lot of things drafting at all spots. Like, I think it's fun. It's fun to draft right now. I think it's fun to draft in May. I think it's fun to draft a lot of the time. I think there's lots to be gained from all these spots. Yeah, round 17 and 18 does feel pretty bad right now. That is 100% true. So don't love round 17, 18 right now. I don't know. How can you feel that good about it right now? Oh, Romeo Dubs for the stat. Actually, I'm going to take Tyler Algier because I love to do the handcuff running backs when you have another elite running back. I think the reason this team feels so gross is because we took an elite quarterback and we took an elite tight end. So that just does set you up to feel disgusting. All right, Tyler Algier, swear. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Jahmyr Gibbs, Breece Hall, Jacory Croskey-Merritt, Tyler Algier, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Deebo Samuel, Jaden Reed, Cooper Kupp, Darnell Mooney, and Hollywood Brown. Bada bing, bada boom. Not too bad, not too shabby. I mean, I prefer 2 tight ends to 3, I suppose. It's gonna kind of depend on the build. I think a lot of the time we believe that there is safety in 2 tight ends, and that safety is not real. Like, in our heads, we're like, oh, if we take a 3rd tight end, well, they're just gonna ping pong weeks, and we're gonna get the points just right. And then in reality, that is very much not what happens. You end up doing the 3 tight end thing, and you take a 3rd guy who just doesn't project to score any points. And so if you take the guys who don't score any points, well, then you end up not getting any points. And that seems bad.
But what do I know? I don't know. Seems good.
The best screenshot happens when you ignore tight end. So it's so true. God. Yeah, you want a good screenshot, just punt tight end and wait on quarterback. People love that for a screenshot. All right. I actually am going to take Brian Robinson Jr. here. This is after I have him ranked. He's the running back 2 on the 49ers. 163 is a totally fine spot to take Brian Robinson Jr. And it makes sense on this team too. And actually, my Brian Robinson Jr. bags are very light because I was not a big fan of taking him before. I just love drafting. True story. Yeah, Brock Bowers does not screenshot well. I also have come around to drafting elite quarterbacks. Elite quarterbacks was really not a big part of my strategy early at all. I kind of thought all the 2v2s favored waiting on quarterback. Like, in the big board, I have like a really low amount of elite quarterbacks. But one of the things that happened is that the 3rd round is just so brutal. That it's like, okay, I don't really care that much about missing on Marvin Harrison Jr. or JSN. That's more of a question for my boy Coach Big Index. I guess the next question would be, we know Shanahan is a compulsive liar, so how does that impact this? It's a good question. There we go. Now we'll do our Zach Ertz Memorial selection to do Jacory Ertz with Jaden Daniels. This is gonna end up being be a Jalen Lane ass team. Bang, Jacory Ertz. I feel like the third round was in like May. I feel like we just felt better about the third round. I mean, that's always what happens, is you get a little bit closer to the season and you just start to get more information. Guys get banged up. You get weird quotes from camp. Like, there are just a lot of ways for players to disappoint us. And the closer you get to the games absolutely happening, that is when you get closer to being disappointed. Right? I mean, that's just the way she goes. Whew, boy, I am way behind, my friends, in the slow draft streets. So if you were in a slow draft with me and I'm wearing your clock out, I apologize. Yeah, Rice in the third round. Yeah, exactly. We felt really good about that. I'm not really concerned about Clyde being on the Chiefs. I mean, fuck, I don't know. Maybe it's not good. How many teams have you drafted strictly thinking about week 17? Probably not that many. I did a video on it, actually. If you go back to my channel, I did a video a while back where it's on July 12th. It's the only week that counts. All right, we are up right here. Adam Thielen with the Vikings. Let's take Troy Franklin. Just trying to get more Troy Franklin bags. So we're Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Jahmyr Gibbs, Breece Hall, Jacory, Croskey-Merritt, Tyler Algier, Brian Robinson Jr., Jackson Smith and Jigba, Deebo Samuel, Jaden Reed, Cooper Kupp, Darnell Mooney, Hollywood Brown, Troy Franklin, Brock Bowers, Zach Ertz. Honestly, that is a good team, and we have 2 picks left to go. How are you gonna beat that when you already feel good about your team? I don't even need my last 2 picks. I'll give that one back to the streets. Yeah, CH is just on the practice squad. Yeah, we used to be able to pretend that Marvin Harrison Jr. could steal volume from McBride. Couldn't do that. Amari and Hampton got more expensive. That's part of it. I don't know. Let's see some other third round stuff. We feel worse about McLaurin. We feel worse about Garrett Wilson. We feel a little bit worse about Devontae Adams. We feel a little bit worse about Tyreek. That's what it is. Just some things that were creeping in. Yeah, we could just pretend. There were a lot of things that we were allowed to pretend about, and they all felt good, and they don't feel particularly good right now. What are we going to do with this pick right here? I don't think I want a triple stack. That feels bad. And I have Cooper Kupp, so I really don't have... Could take Amari Cooper on this team. This is a team that would theoretically suit what Amari Cooper can do. Could take Roman Wilson. Could take Kevontae Turpin. Could take Tutu Atwell. I really am maybe about to take Amari Cooper. Actually, Darius Slayton is a better pick. Yeah, I'm going to take Darius Slayton. No correlation, but just a better pick. The Jalen Daniels thesis... Does the Jalen Daniels thesis really rely on him scoring all those points? Like, I don't think so. Or throwing for all those points. Like, if you're taking Jaden Daniels in the third round, I think that you probably want to leave some room for him to rush. So I think a double stack seems enough. Yeah. I mean, underdog ADP is going to be a lot better than default sleeper ESPN stuff. What percentage owned do I think Mostert is? I mean, I have the ETR thing up right now. They have Raheem Mostert estimated at 14% owned. So 14% ownership for Mostert. Doesn't even feel like that good of a pick to me at 14%. Not terrible, but doesn't feel that good. All right. We need... Sidekick is still telling me I need a wide receiver. I think I disagree. Is Brashard Smith? Yeah, I'm going to take Brashard. Actually, I'm going to take Dameon Pierce. I told Dwayne I was going to do that. Got 10 left. No, 11. 11 left. I mean, I think Nick Chubb will start, and I think Woody Marks will be the third down back, but I think it's really just a matter of time before Nick Chubb breaks down. We've got Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Jahmyr Gibbs, Breece Hall, Jacory Croskey-Merritt, Tyler Algier, Brian Robinson Jr., Dameon Pierce, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Deebo Samuel, Jaden Reed, Cooper Kupp, Darnell Mooney, Hollywood Brown, Troy Franklin, Darius Slayton, Brock Bowers, and Zachary Ertz. Not too shabby there. That was a good team, I thought. Thought that team was pretty strong, actually. Can I tell you the ownership percentage for Christian Watson? Christian Watson, according to ETR, has him at 3.1% drafted, which honestly feels a little high to me. Who wants Christian Watson, bro? All right, picking at 5 at this one. So maybe another Gibbs team, maybe a Barkley team, maybe a Jefferson team, probably not a McCaffrey team. I don't know about confidence. I think I probably am going to be starting Bill in week 1 on most of my teams where I have him. Hard to say though. I could see both cases. I don't know. Are you guys going to start in your home leagues? Are you going to start Jacory Croskey-Merritt in week 1? Because I don't know. He's not going to project very well in week 1. I can tell you that much. I don't know. I don't know who the Browns play in week 1. Maybe that would help. Well, Eckler is for sure starting in week 1. I mean, that I can tell you right now. I don't even have to guess there. Austin Eckler will get the quote unquote first snap. All right. Give me a Barkley. I'm probably pretty light on Barkley, relatively speaking. Yeah, there we go. Saquon Barkley, bring it back in. I am gonna go get a little bit of water. I will be right back, boys. Imagine I missed my pick. Pure protein bar. Pretty good. I wasn't happy about it, but Sometimes you just gotta take Saquon. The Browns play the Bengals week 1. Yeah. I mean, I think you're probably going Dylan Sampson over Bill. That's awful close. That's awful close. I might wait to see if we get some good coach speak. That might be one to call in my boy Greg Branos on. He might have a better answer than I would. But I don't know. That's a true wow, look at this start. This dude just got Nico A-Chain. Another dude got Puka Ginty. Wow, Jacobs goes. All right, you guys are gonna tilt me here, but I'm gonna take AJ Brown. My Bowers exposure is starting to get out of control, and I want to try and get the Eagles mega stack. I do not have one of these yet in my Best Ball Mania portfolio, and I gave my boy Jay Gensel 2. I gave him the Gibbs Bowers. I'm a kind of magnanimous man. Oh, I haven't looked at this golden yet. What is the format? These long marathon streams are definitely getting in the way of getting the maximum amount of teams in. Let's do, what do we got here? The pointer, puppy, the golden tooth, $10 single entry. Okay, I need to make sure to get that one done. Wow, Lad at 27. Lad at 27 is crazy. It was meant to be to not take Bowers because I just got Trey McBride at 29. Slurping the Dipperino, baby, 'cause I'm just a slappy drafter, baby. I think in a single entry best ball contest, you can actually, if this makes sense, you can be a little bit less price sensitive in the sense that the micro edges that you can gain over the long haul just don't matter as much in a non-portfolio based contest. This is definitely a screenshot team. Now the question is, do I try and push Hurts around, or do I just take him at 44? Well, the Slappy Drafter song is just Teenage Dirtbag by Wheatus. Rusty says don't push. Pepper Tony says don't push. Matt says don't push. Name no one cares about says don't push. Manly Moose says don't push. All right. This is just gonna result in another freaking. This is just gonna result in another Breece Hall team. I think on this team, I'm just not going to take Breece. No. Have I taken him like 4 drafts in a row? Enough. Cut it. Yeah, August 26th, don't push. There you go. Breece goes. I don't have to worry about it. I'm sorry for eating, guys. I'm having a tough time today. Just one of those days. I woke up at, my normal time, 5 a.m. or whatever. Oh, come on, dude. Send it. Really interesting. The sidekick does not have Devonta Smith as the top one. It was one of those days. I woke up. Devonta Smith. There we go. We got it. Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, AJ Brown, Devonta Smith, Trey McBride. And I knew I was getting sick right when I woke up. But do you guys ever have this experience where you're getting sick? I woke up and I was like, if you go back to bed right now, you're going to feel worse. Because your body will say you're sick. Like I will have been like my body will be like, okay, I'm sick, so I'm going to rest. I'm going to sit down. I was like, I can't, dude, it's August 27th. I cannot afford to be sick. So I woke up and went to the gym. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. It really probably was not a particularly good decision. I don't feel that good. But I'm here. And we're streaming live to 249 people. Yes, I mean I understand what an illness is, but what I'm saying is if I would have went back to bed and laid down, I would have felt way worse than I feel right now. I do not think we are overvaluing Hampton a little bit. I think that Amari Hampton is a really good rusher. I think that his prospect profile, I mean, I don't think he was Genty level, but he was in the top 10 college football running back since PFF started doing tracking data in average max speed. Keaton Mitchell, the only current running back in the NFL who is faster than Keaton Mitchell, or than Amari Hampton. It's obviously a super run heavy team. Consider me not particularly worried about Najee Harris. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. What I definitely can't do on this team is I definitely cannot take another week 9 bye player. I'll tell you that much. It's a disaster. Matthew Golden. Texans general manager Nick Caserio, no idea if that's how it's said, declined to answer in the affirmative when asked Wednesday whether Mixon, foot-ankle, will suit up this season. Hey man, it's just a normal foot infection. It's just a normal botched surgery. Find a new slant. It's just a normal botched surgery. The dude just took Kittle. Well, hey man, it's August. We call that get your guys season. That's what we call it. Well, I guess the question is, should I take a bill here? At 77, should I take... I actually can't believe what I've become. I would actually like to take Judy here. Well, never mind. There was actually a very good article by Matt Irby on Legendary Upside yesterday about horizontal breaking routes, which is literally exactly what it sounds like, a route that goes horizontally across the field instead of vertically across the field. You know what? I'm getting stacked. Khalil Shakir, ahead of ADP. Give me the bring back, dude. Don't do Shakir. It's easy to draft wide receivers with high ankle sprains on site credit. Texans playing it old school. They don't owe us any medical information. Yeah, but what's the point, Pepper Tony? What is the point of withholding information about Joe Mixon's foot? What are they getting? What are they getting? I don't understand. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's me who's wrong. Wow, Chipotle took away honey chicken. That's so brutal. This is Jake. Come on, man. Jake, go look at yourself in the mirror. Think about what you just said and come back. I'm not gonna let people say things like this and get away with it. Shakir is just Rice, but playing 17 games. Jake, I might put you in jail for that. My max on the bench, 240. 240 last week. Ugh. Jalen Royals is just Rashee Rice, but playing the first 6 games. That's what I've heard. Juju is just Rice with a different jersey number. I mean, Andy Reid probably believes that. I mean, I'm Dipperino on Caleb Johnson here. This is nuts, dude. Pick 92 for Caleb Johnson. Yeah, Luther Burden changing from 87 to 13, bullish. Rice is Zay Flowers with more targets in 6 less games. I don't know, very different players. I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying. Oh man, I am threatening to miss some picks in the Eliminator. God forbid, bro. God forbid you miss picks in the Elim. It's so funny, like every Eliminator team is so awful looking that in the end, these teams that we're excited about to sweat for content, you're going to pull them up and you're going to be like, that team sucks. Wow. 41 years old, still throwing up 250. I love to see it, Anthony. Benny, I don't know if you saw this originally for me, but yes, less than 1% of people can bench. 1%. Less than 1% of people can bench 225. If you think about it, obviously it's very, very hard for a woman to bench 225, so that cuts out like half the population. And most people don't go to the gym, so that cuts out another huge chunk of the population. Oh, dude. They hate to see me coming. They hate to see me coming. Jacory, Croskey-Merritt, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, Caleb Johnson, Jacory, Croskey-Merritt, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Matthew Golden, Khalil Shakir, Trey McBride. Yeah, Joe Mixon is just James Conner missing a foot. My dad is 70 and benched 3 plates. Sick. That's fucking gnarly. Michael, I'm glad you're back on the grind, bro. I wanna see updates. I wanna know when you become a top 1%er. Thing is that it becomes very easy to get strong when you go to the gym constantly. God bless the Q tag. Yep. Can we petition Numi for a Q tag next year? Do we think we can get it? Liam told me he said he would, and I don't think this is true. I think he was being self-effacing. Where did my headphones go? Liam said he thought he would struggle to rep 135. Oh no, my headphones are literally fucking lost down here. This is so dark. This is things for my day. Cheers to you, Mr. Machu, as well. Would I trade Saquon for CD and Trey Benson? I mean, I think Trey Benson is irrelevant to that. I don't know. Do you like CD? Do you ask yourself who you like more? CD Lamb? Dude, could I take Colston Loveland here? Wow, crazy. The sidekick wants me to take... Oh, I'm taking... Did you guys see that? The sidekick wanted me to take Drake May. All right, 1 second. I gotta find these AirPods. This is so bad. I literally need these to live. What are you going to do? Mixon at 107 in a DK draft. Easy to bench 225 when you have site credit. Mixon at 107 is not a good pick to me. I'm not taking Joe Mixon anywhere close there. What do you guys think a fair price on Joe Mixon is? I think fair price on Joe Mixon is like 192 or something. A 29-year-old running back, guaranteed to miss 4 games. Probably gonna miss, I don't know. It's like, is this dude even just gonna play football anymore? And then he's like got this awful offensive line if he does play. Yeah, 185, 170, sure, whatever. Dude, sidekick just Drake May. It's just all it was always Drake May. All right, Pat. There you go. First off, let me tell you, I am not the one who invented the Joe Mixon foot injury. I did not. Hey, so I was just calling in to see. It's like I have this crazy Philadelphia Buffalo team, and I was on the clock, and I was kind of light at wide receiver, and it just was having an issue with the sidekick. What's the issue, honey? I can't do it. I'm not as good. I'm not as good as Peter. A foot and ankle surgeon weighs in. Anthony is not optimistic on Joe Mixon. Found it. See, and maybe that is the difference between you and I. Is that if Joe Mixon is why I lost, I would feel really bad. Is it crazy to take A-Chain at 1.8? I think it's fine. Apparently, the Texans have told their own employees to stop asking about Mixon's status, per Rich Rebar. Okay. If Joe Mixon is why I lose, I'm never playing half PPR again. In which direction? Well, I have a strong feeling that Hunter Henry is in my future. Just do not want to take Ramondre. The guy sucks. Therefore, I won't. I will take Kyle Williams. Joe Mixon's ankle was amputated. I heard that. I think, Pepper Tony, I think you might need to come up for air. That's my current professional opinion. I think you need to come up for air. They're doing Weekend at Bernie's with Joe Mixon, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, D'Amico Ryan said,
easy to get your ankle amputated when you play on Houston Texans credit.
I'm willing to bet that this is certainly not true, because fantasy people were the people who were saying that Mixon was going to miss time. So the same people that you are saying are making things up are more accurate than the people who have sources in the building. So I think you're wrong, bro. Pat Bryant? Sure, Pat Bryant. Get your guys, season. Cam Ward is a good second quarterback in Superflex, yeah. An ankle amputation is funny, though. Yeah. No, they just cut out the ankle and then they reattached the foot. That's what I heard. Technically, there is no such thing as an ankle amputation. Give him a peg leg and trade him to... Well, the Bucks have plenty of good running backs. Listen to Davis Maddock, baby, with me. In very rare cases, you can amputate the ankle, but only when the patient won't weight bear after. What is my Justin Jefferson percentage? Justin Jefferson, I have drafted 1,324 teams. I have Justin Jefferson on 14.7% of them. Retail investors outsmarting institutional investors. That's Pepper Tony. Pepper Tony, you are the institutional investor. Do I dare take... You know what? No, I'm taking Hunter Henry. I just don't like Judkins. Did I read the Derrick Henry article about his intermittent fasting? No. Interesting though. Makes sense. No, I didn't. I think that stuff is a lot of fun. I just didn't have time for it. Too much going on in the lobby. My favorite QB to get this year? Geno Smith, probably. Geno Smith is like the most underpriced quarterback, I think. I think Geno Smith can be. It's like that's such a best ball brain thing, though. Like I think that Geno Smith can finish as the quarterback 18, and he's priced as the quarterback 25. But that doesn't make Geno like a particularly good like redraft pick. I would consider Judkins. I mean, this is a range to start thinking about Quinton Judkins. Quinshon Judkins. Harold Fannin Jr. Sure. All right. Now I will take Quinshon. Jalen Hurts, Drake May, Saquon Barkley, Caleb Johnson, Jacory Croskey-Merritt, Byshal Tootin, Quinshon Judkins, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Matthew Golden, Khalil Shakir, Kyle Williams, Pat Bryant, Trey McBride, Hunter Henry. I'm not even saying you're wrong. Other than that, I'm saying you're wrong, Pepper Tony. It's like the number, like almost like my top rule in fantasy is don't take guys who are already hurt. Am I surprised UD continues to release contests with the sprint and marathon are such low fill? I mean, at the end of the day, overlay, not that big of a deal, I think, to them. I think they are happy to, reward users who want to play those contests. I really like Keaton Mitchell. This is definitely not happening. I would assign the probability of Quinshon Judkins re-entering the National Football League draft at less than 1%. Is there a single example? Is there a single example of one NFL player ever doing this? We've had the opposite, where guys have gotten kicked out of college and then entered into the supplemental draft. But we have never, to my knowledge, we have never had a player drafted, then not sign a contract, then enter into the NFL draft. Maybe he would be the first. I don't think so, but could be. Let's do Darius Slayton. It's not really a rare case because last year's Cleveland Browns player, second round pick, did the exact same thing. Michael Hall II, I believe his name is, was their second round pick, just like Judkins was. Also had a domestic violence charge and played for the team. Did not. I think he had an 8-game suspension, maybe a 6-game suspension. I can't remember. I need to do a rankings update. I mean, I've been streaming for, how long have I been streaming for? 5 hours. So I haven't done a rankings update since Rice got suspended. All right. How do we round this one out? Jalen Hurts, Drake May, Saquon Barkley, Caleb Johnson, Jacory Croskey-Merritt, Byshal Tootin, Quinshon Judkins, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Matthew Golden, Khalil Shakir, Kyle Williams, Pat Bryant, Darius Slayton, Trey McBride, and Hunter Henry. I'm not taking Quentin Johnston. Rashard Smith. Sound the horn. I think Isaiah Bond did play. I'm not saying that it is not a relatively unique scenario, but Quinshon Judkins would frankly be quite stupid, I think, to go back to school. Would he be eligible to play for Ohio State? I think it is allowed as long as you never signed a contract. I believe it is allowed. All right, how many likes are on this stream? What do we got? 158. All right, here's the deal, boys. I'm cooked. If you can get me 200 likes, I'll do one more. 200 likes, we'll do one more. If not, I'm done. I'm out. And I will be back with everyone tomorrow with Ian Hartitz, Maki Supa, a.k.a. Andrew Wiggins, and Rotopat. Rotopat, Ian Hartitz, Andrew Wiggins will be on the program tomorrow. I'm not bluffing. I'm really not. I'm pretty beat. It's been it was a long stream. I don't even know what I want to do with my final pick. Jalen Lane is a good one. I think Pepper Tony said that one. I should invite Shope on. He was on with Pete today, right? Yeah. 173. I don't think you boys are gonna be able to do it. I think you fellas are cooked. Jalen Lane go. We'll take KLS. All right. Final team: Jalen Hurts, Drake May, Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, Caleb Johnson, Jacory Croskey-Merritt, Byshell Tootin, Quinshon Judkins, Brashard Smith, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Matthew Golden, Khalil Shakir, Kyle Williams, Pat Bryant, Darius Slayton, Keandre Lambert-Smith, and Hunter Henry. Wait, did it not register? Wait, who did I take? I took fucking Daniel Jones. God. The positional limits. That was a $2 million mistake. $2 million mistake right there. Last year it was Geno Smith instead of Sion Vaki. Oh, that's the puppy 3's fault. What if Danny Dimes is the guy you need? God, I was wondering why KLS was still just sitting there in the frickin' stream. All right, how many likes did you fellas get? Not enough. All right, I've got one more thing to share with you guys, if you don't mind. We've got a Slappery Survivor. Survived the NFL season for $25K, $25 to enter. It is a Survivor pool over on Splash. would be really nice for me if you guys would join this contest. Support me, supports and Splash, by the way, supporting the Soulcast as well, a sponsor for there. The link is in the description of the show. The link is in the description of the podcast, wherever you're listening to it. Yeah, I'll be in there. The Friday show, the Friday sports betting show, I'll be making this survivor pick every single time. So I'm hoping to see some of you fellas in there. There you go. 25K to first if you win. 25K to first is pretty good. But everyone, thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Make sure. Yeah. If you want a code, I think the code is there you go. Code is 4XWLRT. They don't have the code stuff set up, but there it is. Here. That's the code. I just realized I just only put the link over on Twitch. There you go. Code Splash Sports. Check it out. Would like to see you guys over in this contest. Appreciate all of you. Like the video, subscribe to the channel for